Hey, everyone.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another edition of Chud Watch. I hope you're all doing well on this Wednesday evening/afternoon. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, Excessive Observer, for continuing your subscription. 3-month streak, that's awesome. God damn it, I thought I finally fixed my sub-goal thing, but it isn't updating. God damn it, Streamlabs, what are you doing? Excessive Observer with a 500 bits, yay! Yay, indeed. Thank you so much for the bits, and also Crystal Cat, thanks for the 200 bits. My, what is it called? Did the thing get deleted that, like, does the, hold on, let me add my, what the heck is it called? Alert box. Yeah, did my alert box get deleted? That would explain why that's not making noise either. Jeez. Someone do something so I can see if this works. I'm too lazy to go and, even if it's like a single bit, just so I can see. It's Chud Watch Wednesday, you say? I've just got the link for today if Hannah's interested. Sure, that'd be great. Send me the link. Hopefully the alert box works now. There we go. Okay, cool. No, I do have 2 alert boxes on, so what the hell? Weird. Anyway, I guess that's working now, so thank you. And thank you, Crystal Cat, for gifting a sub. Appreciate that. Ah, my sub goal did go up. Maybe it only counts, like, gifted subs. That'd be cool. Thank you, Crystal Cat, for gifting 2 tier 1 subs. I appreciate that. Or maybe it's just taking a while to update. I don't know. Thank you, everyone who did the little test bits. I appreciate that. I've been having trouble with this, like, sub-goal thing. It's a new, like, box I've been putting up because I'm trying to, like, increase revenue, basically, for the stream. And, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so today we're going to be looking at a variety of topics, although all Chud related. Let me switch to this one, and then I gotta get to window capture and fix it. Google Chrome, wrong one, that one, there we go. So we have John Doyle trying to say he's debunking the myth of systematic racism. We have Liberty Hangout with a message to Donald Trump. We have Sargon of Akkad, I guess, claiming The Matrix isn't a trans movie, despite the fact that it was, directed and written by 2 trans women, and they say it's about being trans. And hey, I'm all for death of the author. Like, there are tons of ways you can read a movie, but if we're talking about authorial intent, then yes, it's a trans movie. And then we have One Angry Gamer being mad about Cyberpunk and some other Black Lives Matter related thing. We have Tate Speech, we have The Quartering. We got a full lineup, but if anyone has any links for me, go ahead. The one joke in song form. Yeah. There's also this link someone just sent. QAnon supporter Marjorie Taylor Greene wins Georgia Republican primary. Yeah, scary shit. Scary shit. The loonies are working on their way to running the asylum. Had to leave last night because Jake was watching it. Which one? The Sargon one? Let's do this first. QAnon supporter Marjorie Taylor Greene wins Georgia Republican primary. A U.S. businesswoman who had expressed support for the QAnon conspiracy theory has won the Republican nomination for a seat in the House of Representatives. Again, if you don't know what QAnon is this conspiracy theory that started on 4chan, then moved to 8chan, and now it's moved somewhere else, that basically states that Donald Trump isn't actually an idiot like he appears, but he's secretly working with his people to oust the deep state, whatever the fuck that means, who are secretly embedded in the government and enabling child trafficking rings operating out of many places, up to and including a pizza place in Washington, D.C. So it's a bunch of bullshit. It's, like, insane. It's nonsense. This goes up to and includes things like JFK Jr. didn't actually die in 1999. He secretly faked his death, or used a time machine to escape to the future of today. I'm not even fucking kidding. I'm not kidding. This is the thing some of these people believe. Marjorie Taylor Greene is now expected to be elected in November to represent Georgia's heavily conservative 14th congressional district and become QAnon's first devotee to Congress. It comes amid a social media crackdown on the conspiracy theory. QAnon says, quote, deep state traitors are plotting against Donald Trump. Ms. Greene is part of a growing list of Republican candidates to express support for the conspiracy theory. In another major result on Tuesday, Ilhan Omar defeated a well-funded challenger to put her on track for re-election, along with other members of the squad of Democratic congresswomen. What happened in Georgia? Ms. Greene, a businesswoman who owns a construction company with her husband, beat neurosurgeon John Cowan for the Republican nomination on Tuesday. I don't know anything about John Cowan, but I'd imagine if he's not a QAnon person, then he is probably more fit for the job than she is. She'll face Democrat Kevin Van Ostel in November, but is widely expected to win in the conservative district. Remember, a literal pedophile also almost won, because in the South, even if you like to fuck kids like Roy Moore, you're still better than a Democrat. Galaxy brain. The controversial candidate has previously expressed support for QAnon, a wide-ranging, unfounded conspiracy theory that says Donald Trump wages a secret war against elite Satan-worshipping pedophiles in the government, business, and the media. In a YouTube video, she praised Q, the pseudonymous figure who started the conspiracy theory as a, quote, patriot. In recent weeks, several social media sites have taken action against QAnon, with Twitter banning thousands of accounts linked to the conspiracy theory, and TikTok blocking hashtags related to it from appearing in search results, among other measures. The FBI has designated QAnon a potential domestic extremist threat. Bear in mind, the Pizzagate thing, Pizzagate, as they call it, where they were claiming that this, like, pizza place, Ping Pong Pizza or something it's called, in Washington, D.C., it's like a really well-known pizza place there. Some politicians go there, famous people go there, rich people go there. Either way, it's a pizza place. And they were claiming that this was a place where they were trafficking children out of the basement, despite the fact that it has no basement. So a guy showed up with a gun and, like, was waving it around and being like, let me into the basement! I'm gonna save these kids! He's a crazy person. And this was all enabled by this insane conspiracy theory, right? So, it's wild. Absolutely wild. It is a domestic terrorist threat. Aside from QAnon, Miss Greene has positioned... Oh, God, why am I having so much trouble reading today? Aside from QAnon, Miss Greene has positioned herself as a strong supporter of Mr. Trump and his pro-gun, pro-border wall, and anti-abortion. Several Republican officials spoke out against her campaign earlier this year when videos were unearthed showing her making offensive remarks about black people, Muslims, and Jews. What a shock. A QAnon person is a racist anti-Semite? I'm shocked! Ms. Greene celebrated the results on social media. Quote, The GOP establishment, the media, and the radical left spent months and millions of dollars attacking me. Tonight, the people of Georgia stood up and said that we will not be intimidated or believe in those lies, she wrote on Twitter. I'm excited to be the next Congresswoman of Georgia 14. God bless America. Mr. Trump on Wednesday congratulated Miss Green, calling her a future Republican star. Marjorie is strong on everything and never gives up. A real winner. Congratulations to future Republican star Marjorie Taylor Greene on a big congressional primary win in Georgia against a very tough and smart opponent. Marjorie is strong and everything and never gives up. A real winner. That's almost too coherent. I wonder if he wrote that or that was a staff tweet. I don't know if you know this, but one of your stream clips on YouTube has a wiki link attached defining QAnon. Yeah, I know. When you talk about QAnon or anything on YouTube and YouTube picks up on it, they'll put a disclaimer on it because they don't differentiate between the wacko, the wackos promoting the theory and people like me who talk about it and talk about how crazy it is, which is fine. I'm glad that there's an actual Wikipedia article attached to those, so any crazy person who thinks that they want to watch my video about how QAnon's bullshit, they can look at the Wikipedia article and be like, oh, it's not true. Ideally. That's ideally how it would work. Voter Pamela Reardon told the Associated Press news agency that she supported Miss Green because of her honesty. She's not going to be bought by anybody. I could tell that her heart was pure. Oh, God. Let's see what this video's on about. Let me pause the music. These people are idiots.
In the past few months, a bizarre conspiracy theory has taken root firmly on the fringes of the American right.
Where we go one, we go all.
Where we go one,
we go all.
These people are taking an oath to QAnon, a mishmash of conspiracy theories which holds Donald Trump as the savior of the world. They also hold some disturbing views.
The pandemic wasn't real, and the race war isn't real.
And it's tearing families apart.
The person I knew as my mother is probably not coming back.
Exclusive research seen by the BBC shows a huge spike in interest in this conspiracy theory during the pandemic. But what is QAnon?
So, QAnon is a very elaborate conspiracy theory that purports that the world's controlled by an elite cabal of Satan-worshipping pedophiles. The QAnon community believes that this cabal
This just sounds like the satanic panic of the 80s with extra steps.
Media, Hollywood, and especially politicians like Hillary Clinton. They believe that Trump, with the assistance of high-level military intelligence officials, is releasing information in posts on anonymous web forums like 4chan and 8chan and 8kun.
But it's become a sort of cult of Trump. Though not all QAnon followers were into Trump before.
I've never voted in my life. I do not believe in the voting system whatsoever. And when Trump came along, I thought he was another Illuminati puppet.
Fake news, fake press.
Nick Natoli is a musician, but like a lot of QAnon believers...
Do you have a tattoo of Jigsaw on his face? That's an interesting choice.
He can spend up to 16 hours a day online.
JFK was definitely murdered by CIA. 9/11 was an inside job. People in our government who are working towards a deep state who are trying to keep us controlled.
This is conspiracy overload for me. I'm not sure I'm ready for it. Is there a conspiracy theory that you don't believe in?
That's a great question. I can't think of it off the top of my head right now. I've only been actively posting, I'd say, for the past couple of months. But the response that I've gotten is insane.
Yeah, a lot of conspiracy people like to watch other videos that reinforce their already beliefs, the things that they already believe, right? Just because people are watching your videos on this nonsense doesn't lend credence to the fact that it's true. Why am I having so much trouble talking today? God.
Exclusive research seen by the BBC looked at the use of hashtags specific to QAnon. Here's how many posts there were over the 2 years before the pandemic. And then in March, this happened. On Facebook, in just 4 months, membership of the biggest public QAnon groups rose by 700%.
That's fucking scary. I'm telling you, I talked about this yesterday, and this is a tinfoil hat bullshit thing. But I'm telling you, I swear, if Trump gets desperate enough, by the end of the year, he's going to be like, fuck it, we're just going to arrest a bunch of my enemies and people in the Democratic Party, right? And he's going to claim, like, well, a lot of right-wing people believe in this QAnon bullshit, even though it's not true. Let's use it as an excuse. Let's say that all that was true. We'll find someone to pretend to be QAnon, and we'll say that all these people are pedophiles, and we'll fabricate evidence, and then I'll be the dictator of America for life. We're going to pull a Putin. Like, that's a tinfoil hat bullshit thing in its own right, but, like, that kind of shit scares me. I could absolutely see that happening, and 50% of this country would fucking cheer. Like, yay! Dictator Trump! Own the libs!
Most followers seem to be in the US, but there's been a rise in posts from the UK, Germany, and Brazil.
These vast increases in conversation came at a time of societal instability and at a time of turmoil for a lot of people. And people were looking for an answer as to why everything was happening. People were also locked down in their homes. They were, stuck to their computers, stuck to their phones all day. So they had more exposure to this kind of thing online.
You're an organisation that covers extremism, so why are you studying QAnon?
QAnon was...
You're hoping he has a heart attack in the next 2 months? I don't. That'd be awful. Do you know how, like, much of a martyr he would become? And most people on the right wouldn't believe that the fat man who eats KFC and McDonald's constantly and thinks exercise will shorten your life, they won't believe that that guy had a heart attack. They'll be like, it was the deep state. They had him killed. He knew too much. And then for the next 50 years, we have to hear idiots talk about how great Donald Trump was. And if only he'd gotten a second term, that he would have won. Like, no. He needs to lose the election and be fucking embarrassed. Like, no. No one should make a martyr of that dude.
Was labeled a domestic terror threat by the FBI last year. It was born on platforms that are really associated with white supremacist movements, with far-right extremism. And although you can't really label Q followers as that, the conspiracy is tangential to that side of extremism. It takes on anti-Semitic tropes. It really kind of targets the same people as far-right extremists as well.
Another site that's seen a huge surge in popularity recently is this page on the message board Reddit. People are coming here to post about family members that they feel have been sucked into the QAnon conspiracy.
Casualties.
A lot of
we
these
should
relatives
check that
are
out
older,
sometime.
Parents or even grandparents. We've spoken to a few of those who've been posting, but we're going to hide
What do
their
I think
identity.
about Biden's choice of Harris as VP? Look, she wasn't my first choice, and I don't like the fact that she was an attorney general, but a thing a lot of people don't bring up is her voting record in the Senate, or in Congress rather. She voted the same as Bernie Sanders 93% of the time. Like, she's fine. She's fine. She's not the person I would have picked, but she's not this awful person that a lot of people are making her out to be. And even I made fun of it on Twitter, like, oh, wow, really? You're gonna pick someone who worked with the cops in 2020 when everyone's really against the cops? But, like, she's fine. She's fine.
Because some of their relatives...
And certainly better than Mike Pence. Let's put it that way. Because at the end of the day, we have a two-party system, very unfortunately. I agree it needs to change. It doesn't change the fact that in 2020, when we're voting in November, we have a choice between two campaigns. Biden and her, or Trump and Pence. And those are your options, and you can vote third party if you want, but it's not going to do shit. So, I would pick, and I'm pragmatic in the way I vote and the way I deal with these things. And at the end of the day, even though Biden isn't my first choice, he's the better of the two choices we have. It's easier to get to a leftist position from a liberal position than it is to get to leftist positions from, like, right-wing or fascist positions. Like, I think it's a pretty simple calculation that you can make and a value judgment.
Quite vulnerable.
She believes that Bill Gates created the COVID pandemic.
That COVID-19 is biowarfare that only affects pedophiles.
And also created the upcoming vaccine.
Believes it's a cure-all.
Which is going to contain microchips to track everybody.
I said to him, you realize that they believe Democrat politicians and celebrities are
literally eating babies. And then he messaged back, yeah, I believe that.
A lot of this is a fine line between, heartbreaking and hilarious.
Some of these families feel they've lost their relatives to a cult.
Because they
QAnon
have.
has an evangelical aspect.
QAnon belief, if you're really into it, is a fucking cult. Because there's nothing any reasonable person can tell you about the facts and how QAnon has said a bunch of false stuff. For instance, QAnon said in 2017 Hillary Clinton is in custody right now. No, she wasn't. She's still out, living Hillary Clinton's life, right? So QAnon has said countless things that didn't come true, and yet a bunch of people still believe it, and they, no matter what, they'll make excuses for it. It's like a cult. It is a cult.
Where followers encourage each other to convert friends and family. They call it red pilling, a reference from the Matrix films.
Update from the trenches. Keep red pilling.
I hate that shit. The Matrix was made by trans women about being trans. Stop using it for your right-wing bullshit conspiracies.
Keep going, because it worked. It's working. It's beautiful.
Some relatives find it especially hard to deal with a QAnon belief that the pandemic is a hoax.
My father is a cancer survivor and he's immunocompromised. This is putting his life at risk if he starts to believe these things too.
She's 81. She's not wearing a mask. She's not social distancing in any way.
She implied that my girlfriend's mother, who had COVID-19, was a predator. That's when kind of snapped a little bit.
What do you think of the pandemic?
I think it's a hoax. I think that the rumor on the street is that President Trump is trying to get all these people to go to jail for pedophilia, child sacrifice, and that the deep state has control of the media and put out this story to try to save their ass.
It's a global pandemic, idiot! Do you think the media in, like, I don't know, Japan, China, fucking North Korea, Germany, France, the UK, Russia, do you think the entire world's media is working together, including every country on the world's leadership, despite the fact that they have opposing interests? Do you think every doctor and hospital worker on the planet is in on this? The absolute boundless idiocy is astonishing and frightening.
It's likely there'll be at least 14 QAnon believers on the ballot in the US in November. One of them could even make it to Congress.
Psionic
Marjorie Taylor
Valkyrie,
Greene
thank you for
is
following.
in a runoff in Georgia in a safe Republican seat.
We're here to take the country back. We're not playing around.
This week, Twitter announced it would start policing QAnon content on it.
Good. Ban that shit. Ban it. Get it out. Because it's like a cancer, right? You can't just say, well, the free marketplace of ideas. No. This shit is patently false. It's like Holocaust denial. You fucking excise that shit with a knife. You scrape it off the bottom of your shoe like the shit it is. This spreads to vulnerable people who are gullible and want to believe this kind of crazy shit because it makes them feel special. And if they're not willing to police themselves in terms of the awful, hateful, dangerous content that they're willing to fall for, then the platforms should. It sucks, but it's true.
Its site because of the potential for real-world harm. As the movement grows, many more families will be left wondering what's happened to the people that they love.
I have to accept.
I'm wondering what's going to happen to all these QAnon believers in the next, 5-10 years as nothing happens because, of course, all this QAnon stuff is nonsense and it's just not going to happen. There aren't going to be this slew of arrests of people in, the media and the Democratic Party and everything. It's not going to happen. Are they going to, at some point, say, oh man, I was wrong? I doubt it. People don't typically do that even about reasonable things, much less crazy conspiracy theories. Or they're gonna say, damn, the deep state won. Trump couldn't do it as hard as he tried. And it's gonna become this almost like alt history where this like large swath of people on the right just think that like this insane event happened that never happened. It's gonna be wild.
That the person I knew as my mother
thanks for the 50 bits, Daddy Sume.
No longer present and probably not coming back.
Scary, scary stuff. Anyway, that's enough of the QAnon thing, I guess, for today. I think that counts as a Chud thing, because it's definitely a right-wing thing, even though it is crossover with, like, conspiracy stuff. It's scary. It's scary living in a country with all these people that believe patently false nonsense and then use it as an excuse to, A, hurt other people in the case of stuff like Pizzagate, where someone, like, threatens the lives of people just trying to eat pizza with their families at this pizza place. Or makes them believe that things like coronavirus, a documented, well-understood virus that is a global pandemic endangering those with compromised immune systems, and people who are just unlucky, and then they're going to act like it's not a big deal. It's dangerous. It's dangerous for them as individuals, and it's dangerous for us as a society. So, I don't know. Daddy Sume with 10 more bits. I mean, couldn't that be applied to religions too, though? I guess, but at the end of the day, stuff like QAnon is way more dangerous. Like, I'm not religious, but at the end of the day, 99% of people who are religious, maybe not 99, 90% of people who are religious are benign in their beliefs, and they kind of keep to themselves. They might go to church. A lot of people don't even do that. And they just believe their beliefs, and that's fine. The problem is when people use their beliefs to hurt others, right? Which can be a thing in regard to religion, when people want to limit abortion access or limit the ability for LGBTQ plus people to be open and out in the world without being harassed. I agree, but on the whole, like, that's a human problem. I don't think it's specific to religion, as we see with stuff like QAnon, right? And I think QAnon is like a distillation of those same ideas, right? It's this distillation of the us versus them mentality, while also having this, like, level of, like, I'm morally superior because this is all about saving children. It's not, because this isn't, you know, a thing that's happening. I mean, don't get me wrong. Child trafficking exists, and it's a horrible thing, and, you know, we continue to work on that. There are busts for, you know, these kind of rings all the time, even though they're not part of some overarching, you know, societal deep state plot. There are actual people who traffic children. Look at Jeffrey Epstein, you know, and he was just a really high profile one. I'm sure there are tons of other ones. But using the fact that those things happen as an excuse to try and demonize people on the left or in the media, it's dangerous. This is like how, and I'm trying not to be Godwin's Law and hyperbolic, but it is an example that makes sense. This is how, like, the Nazis in Germany in the 30s rose to power by being like, you know why all these problems are happening? It's the Lügenpressen, the lying press. It's the Jewish bankers, the New World, you know what I mean? All this shit is like a gateway to fascism. You start blaming problems that might actually exist. Like Germany obviously had economic downturns post-World War I. So instead of addressing those problems in a realistic way, you find people who capitalize on people's fear and insecurity, and they say, I can solve your problem, even though it's a complicated problem. They'll just be like, we just have to stop this group of people. Whether it's the media, or a certain racial group, or a certain political group, or anyone who doesn't believe what they believe politically. This is how you get to fascism. And it's not good. It's dangerous. It's very, very dangerous. Anyway, let's move on to the next thing, I guess. John Doyle, Liberty Hangout, Sargon. Let's do one angry gamer, and then we'll move on to John Doyle or something. Media Blaster's Twitter account promotes social justice propaganda. So one angry gamer is a games journalist, air quotes, who seems to hate basically everything. All video games, all everything. It's ridiculous. So let's take a look at this article. The alternative media distributor, Media Blasters, decided to use their social media account to promote social justice propaganda. The account decided to like and retweet domestic terrorist material promoting Black Lives Matter as well as anti-police messaging. Calling Black Lives Matter domestic terrorists is hilarious, but factually incorrect. No. Black Lives Matter is a advocacy group for the rights of African Americans. It's That's what it is. They're not a domestic terrorist group. They're like a non-profit that organizes events and marches and community events, stuff like that. On August 10th, 2020, a Media Blasters retweeted a social justice message from voice actor Matt Shipman. Matt Shipman, I guess, says, infuriating. From Santa Clarita, California, 3 black teenagers were being attacked by a homeless man, and witnesses called for help. When police arrived, they point their guns and arrested the kids who needed their help, terrifying them, on brand, exhausting. Notice, he says nothing about Black Lives Matter. He's just saying, factually, with this statement that, hey, black teenagers were being attacked, and when the police showed up, instead of stopping the attacker, they pointed guns at the black kids. Infuriating. Correct. None of what this statement is saying is incorrect. The only thing that this guy, One Angry Gamer, could be mad about here is that these cops are getting called out for being racist sacks of shit. Right? He's basically saying, no, of course he pointed the guns at the black kids. They're black. That's fucking racist. What the fuck is wrong with you? The Media Blasters account also liked posts featuring anti-police messages, such as one from Benjamin Young Savage claiming that the only blue lives that matter are postal workers. True. That is also true. There was also a post that they liked from Julie Nathanson that promoted the domestic terrorist organization known as Black Lives Matter, along with open borders and feminism. Again, Black Lives Matter isn't a terrorist organization. It's not even, no. Nope. It's an advocacy group. But Hannah, the person was supporting black people. It means they're for Black Lives Matter. Maybe. Probably. I think most people at this point are for Black Lives Matter. It's only weirdo right-wingers who get triggered at the idea that, oh no, only white lives don't matter anymore? Or like, no. Only, it's not that just my life matters anymore, now other people's lives matter? Oh no! And they freak out, because honestly, they don't think Black Lives Matter. Here's a fun thing that happened. And these people, they'll lie to your fucking face about not being racist and their opinions on black people. One time, my mom and I, and this was years ago, were in a therapy session. I don't talk to her anymore, and I don't plan to. And one time we were in a therapy session, and she struggles. She hasn't had, like, a real job in quite a while. She cleans houses occasionally, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But, like, she refuses to get, like, a job, right? Anyway, and one time we were at a therapist, and we were talking about something. I don't remember. And I was talking to her, and I don't remember what I said. But then she went on this tangent, and she's like, you think this is fair, where I have to do this? But, and this is me, like, quoting her, not exactly verbatim, but the words that are important are verbatim. She basically says, well, black mothers are getting welfare for their, like, 3 kids, like, just disgusting shit came out of her mouth. These people will say to your face they're not racist, while inside they are, like, just as fucking hateful. It's like they think everyone is secretly, but everyone's hiding it when it's not the case. If you harbor these kind of, like, racist bullshit views, it's just you. Please continue to shut the fuck up about it and stay out of society if this is how you feel about this kind of stuff. It's disgusting. There are also posts they liked from blah, blah, blah. This says, I am this house. Please be this house with me. And it says, in this house, we believe Black Lives Matter. Women's rights are human rights. No human is illegal. Science is real. Yeah. All good things. It should sicken every American. And then on the same day America reached 5 million COVID-19 cases, Trump held a press conference from his own golf course to announce his plan to defund Social Security and Medicare to the fucking sound of applause. Yep. It was also confirmed that this was Media Blaster's 3rd Twitter account. The social media manager who runs the account and also happens to be a voice actress and casting director, Yara Naika, confirmed that the Media Blasters account liking and tweeting out social justice propaganda is legitimate. Oh no, private businesses not agreeing with me on something? So they say, if you want to keep up to date on all the fun offerings that Media Blasters has beyond the horny that is Kitty Media, go follow Media Blasters 1 for updates on titles from Tokyo Shock, Shriek Show. I'm assuming this is like a adult, like, oh god, there's a big bug. I gotta deal with this bug. That's gonna bother me. I gotta get something to kill this bug. Ugh, please stop, bug. Stop moving. I hate it. So this is how democracy dies? Yeah. Give me a sec while I kill this bug. Kiama. Time to die. Ooh. Hope it died. Probably did. I squished it. But it fell, so. The Maru-sama says, I hate admitting this because I'm ashamed of it, but I held similar welfare views due to my mom getting little to no help from the system when she left my abusive dad when I was in college. I had to do a paper on a topic of my choosing. I decided I was going to out welfare queens. I started doing research and was horrified by how wrong I was. I changed a lot that day. Well, at least you recognized you were wrong. That's good. But yeah, my mom is just, she's got problems. She's got 2 DUIs. She's consistently left and gone back to my abusive, like, drunk father. They're both alcoholics, and that's one of the reasons I struggle with, like, drinking, and I have in the past. I'm doing well now. I haven't drank in a decent bit at this point, and I don't really feel the need to. But, like, fucked up. Really fucked up. Her and him deserve each other, I guess. He's racist, too, so. The account also chimed in to respond to a user who queried about how many Twitter accounts Media Blasters recently had, and thus further confirming that the tweets were coming from their official account. Basically, this just goes to show that even distributors of hentai and grindhouse films aren't safe from SJWs. Oh no! Not my anime titties! It's almost like you're on the wrong side of history. It's almost like everyone disagrees with your racist bullshit. What a shock. Remember the rule of 3 I's and how they operate. Infiltrate, inoculate, indoctrinate. This is how they took over the comic book industry. Oh no, my comic books! There's women in my comic books now, and there's a black Spider-Man! This is how they took over the gaming industry, the movie industry, and now they're attempting to do it with anime and manga. Would I be honored to be featured in one of these articles? Oh yeah, for sure. The war is almost over at this point, and they will have won on nearly every front. Good job, comrades. We're nailing it. A lot of it is due to the fact that centrists, TM, have convinced people to not fight back, and if fans ignore them, they'll go away. Surely that did not happen. Oh, good. Good to know we're winning. Great. One more article from him, and then we'll move on. Also, this is off topic, but since I'm talking about my mom anyway, somewhere between when, like, Gretchen Whitmer lifted the initial stay-at-home order and put the mask mandate in place, like, almost immediately, for one thing, my mom is shit at using the mask. She'll fucking, like, do this and touch it constantly, and, like, she'll pull it down and touch it, and, like, touch her face and be smoking, and it's like, well, what the fuck do you think the point of the mask is for? And she posted, like, a picture to Facebook of her and her sister, like, right after lockdown was raised, at Bronner's Christmas store in Frankenmuth. If you're not from Michigan, basically the world's biggest Christmas store is around here. It's an okay place. It's fine. It's, you know, it's cute. And she was just there with no mask on with her sister. Like, I don't know. And the worst part is she when we were still talking, she'd say shit to me like, I'm taking this seriously. I care a lot. And it's like, do you though? I swear to God, she just says stuff that she thinks I want to hear. She's so manipulative. It's ridiculous. And I'm not putting up with that shit anymore. It's why we're not talking anymore. It's ridiculous. Is it always Christmas all year? Yeah, it's like that's their thing. They're a Christmas store. And funny enough, I've been there. It's an alright store. It's fine. The owners are very Christian. And the plaque on the store says, "This building is dedicated to God." And I was like, I mean, I guess he might appreciate that, but like, is that necessary? It just seems kind of superfluous to dedicate a building to God. Anyway, CD Projekt Red shows off Cyberpunk 2077's life paths and weapons in new Night City Wire. Let me see if I can find a picture of the dedication. Bronner's, Michigan. Because the plaque is actually pretty darn funny. Let me see if I can find the dedication. Yeah, this is what it looks like. It's like a, you know, a Christmas store. Got all kinds of ornaments and trees and decorations and kitschy Christmas crap. Honestly, I was surprised it wasn't bigger, but, you know. Let me see if I can find the dedication.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Cotton Candy 903 with 10 bits. Hello, just got here. Sorry I'm late. What are we talking about? We're talking about my mom a little bit. I don't think this is it. It's also really blurry, so I can't read it anyway. Maybe there's not a picture of the plaque. Next time I go to Bronner's, which will probably be... No, there it is! Bronner's Christ Miss Wonderland, dedicated with thankfulness to God. You think God saw that and he was like, oh, fuck yeah, they dedicated the, not even the whole building, but just the new addition to me. That's pretty cool. I mean, I made the rocks that, you know, made the materials to put the building together, but like, hey, this plaque is cool. Created the whole universe, but hey, I also got this plaque now, so. Anyway. CD Projekt Red shows off Cyberpunk 2077's life paths and weapons in new Night City Wire. So they did, you know, another thing for Cyberpunk. If you're playing games, you probably know about Cyberpunk. It's one of the most anticipated games of the year. Of course, one angry gamer, being a game journalist, hates it. He hates it. Because he thinks it's SJW propaganda because there's women in it or something. Or because the women don't make his pee-pee hard. It's very strange. CD Projekt Red has aired the second Night City Wire digital event, which detailed Cyberpunk 2077's 3 life paths, weapons, and more. As of now, the upcoming game will launch worldwide during the mid-part of November across PC, PS4, and Xbox One. From poor desert dwellers, low-life ghetto doers, to evil corporate suits. I don't know why he put evil in quotes. They are evil. It's cyberpunk. Corporations are evil in cyberpunk. And real life. But, yeah, I don't know what the quotes are for. The new trailer embodies everything that you'd expect from current year, and that also includes a vegan band that hates capitalism and preaches socialism. Oh no! This band doesn't eat meat or animal products. That means that literally the music in this game is fueled by veganism. Oh no. Firstly, Cyberpunk 2077 is an open-world action-adventure game. Castle Wench, thank you for subscribing at Tier 1. Oh yeah, my sub-goal thing is updating now. Good, I'm glad. Firstly, Cyberpunk 2077 is an open-world action-adventure game that explores the city Night City. In this megalopolis, obsessed city that craves power, glamour, and body modifications, players will assume the role of V, a mercenary outlaw who is searching for a one-of-a-kind implant that is the key to immortality. You can also be trans in the game. True, you can. On this quest, players will be able to choose V's past, which spans from being a corpo, nomad, and street kid, and then they have the videos. I'm not going to play them because I don't want to get, you know, DMCA'd, but you can find the videos. They're cool. The gameplay looks good. All the RPG elements look fun. I'm very looking forward to this game. Genuinely. I think the world of it seems cool. I like sci-fi games. I like RPGs. I like shooters. Seems like it'll be a good mix of the three. On the path to rising in the ranks of the poor or rich districts in Night City, players will be able to use a variety of weapons like the Tsunami Nekomata, the Thermal Katana, projectile launch system, and more as seen below. They did a video on the weapons. Remember the vegan band that's against capitalism? Well, the Night City Wire offered viewers a sneak peek at how Cyberpunk 2077's music is made. One of the many bands that will be helping out is Refused, which brings the in-game Chrome Rock legends Samurai to life. In-game, there's a band called Samurai, and I believe the band is headed by Johnny Silverhand, who's played by Keanu Reeves. Although he's dead, I think, in the game. He's gonna be, like, basically... his mind has been uploaded to a chip, and that chip gets implanted in your brain so you can see Keanu Reeves. It's almost like a digital ghost. But anyway, in the world of Cyberpunk, because Cyberpunk started as a tabletop RPG game, started in, I think, the 70s or something like that, there's this long lore, because the tabletop game was Cyberpunk, like, 2020 or something like that, which was the future, of course, when the game was made. Cyberpunk 2077 takes place later in the timeline of that universe, which is crazy. That's so cool for the guy, by the way, who made the tabletop game. Because I play D&D, you know. Jake and I both do D&D, and we both homebrew our stuff. So he homebrews Kador, which is the planet, basically, and I sort of homebrew Tranquis, which is a city on that planet in a different period of time. So just the idea that, like... and this will never happen to either of us, because we're not, like, we didn't create a whole system, you know, and we're not Matt Mercer, let's say that. Anyway, so we'll never have this happen, but just the idea of a DM and in the future, seeing someone take your world that you have homebrewed and turning it into a video game, it's gotta be a fucking dream come true. That's wild to see your creation come to life. So I'm really, really happy for that guy. I think his name was Mike Pondsmith or something like that. What did I think of Steampunk Drafts Group on YouTube? Pretty fucking sweet. Oh god, I still gotta watch him. I think I've seen him before, but it's been a while. With that said, you can check out the Swedish hardcore punk band right here explaining what it's like to make music for a video game, as well as changing up things to match Johnny Silverhand and his band's persona. So again, there's a video on that. As mentioned above, the upcoming action-adventure RPG known as Cyberpunk 2077 will launch worldwide on November 19th, 2020 for PC via Steam, Epic Games Store, and GOG, PS4, and Xbox One. Of course, he decided, despite the fact that this is all about... basically, this article's filler. The article is, hey, they held an event. Hey, here's this video. Hey, here's this video. Hey, here's this video. And the only substantive content that was added was basically him talking about how the band is vegan and they're not capitalists, or they're anti-capitalist or whatever, which is not a substantive thing to add to your article. One Eye Gamer is really bad at his job. I just wanted to put that out there. Song of Xandar, welcome. Thank you for following. Anyway. What should we do next? John Doyle, Liberty Hangout, Sargon, Tate Speech, The Quartering. What's this? This is some transphobe, I think, doing a bad video. Killed by Magikarp. Welcome. Thank you for following. This is someone, I think, being transphobic via song, which I don't appreciate as a trans person. We'll do Liberty Hangout after this. Oh, why the big titties?
Yo, a man cannot become a woman any more than a man can become a bat. Yet these crackpots will stop at nothing, so of course I'm gonna catch a ton of flack. Look, even if a man self-identifies as a bat, adapts his swagger and acts oddly, even if he's utterly convinced he's a bat.
Oof. You made a whole 8-minute rap about how transphobic he is? Fucking yikerinos. Let's see.
Yet these crackpots... Yo, a man could...
We're gonna report this video. Oops, not transcript, report. Hey, here's a link to this video if you'd also like to report it. We should get a report emote. I think that'd be a good one to get. Yeah, the transphobes basically have one joke. I don't get it. You'd think they'd like get tired of the same joke over and over again, but hey, you know. Do you, transphobes? It worked out so well for the homophobes and the racists. As we all know, everyone approves of those people nowadays. That's what I don't get. Don't you look at the past and you see, like, oh boy, every time a group of people identifies themselves and asks for, you know, basic human rights and dignity, and people are against it, every single time the people who are against it become shitty and no one likes to deal with them in the future. Like, do you not look at that and go, wait a minute. People used to be openly racist and it was okay, and then over time it became socially unacceptable, and people now, generally, if you say some racist shit, will call you out in public over it, and you might even get punched in the face. Same thing happened with homophobia. Now we're on to transphobia, and they're still making the same mistakes. Like, do they not get it? Right? It's like the new hotness to make fun of trans people, of which I am one. You maybe have 10 years on that, guys. So get it in now. If you're going to be transphobic, you have like the next 10 years before it becomes so socially unacceptable you're going to get punched in the face in public for it. So shoot your shot, I guess. Not going to work out for you in the long term. How do you stand intentionally exposing yourself to transphobia? It just makes me sad and I don't get misgendered regularly. Oh, it's just part of my job. I've been doing, like, YouTube before this for almost 10 years, and now I do the streams. I'm just used to it, you know? People give you shit all the time. I'm not going to say it doesn't affect me. There are some days that, like on this channel, we do fun stuff that's not related to Chuds at all. You know, we do Sovereign Citizens, we do Karens, we do cringe streams. On those days, I'm doing those instead of Chud Watch because I need a break, more or less. On those days, those are things I enjoy covering because I think they're fun, and it's a way to unwind from all the stress. And there are days that even when we do Chud Watch, I'll just not pick things that are transphobic just because I don't want to deal with it. So I can deal with it in certain times, in certain contexts, for a certain period of time. But I also couldn't deal with it constantly, right? Even if it feels like I'm doing it constantly, to me it doesn't feel constantly. I do it only as much as I'm able to. So, it is what it is. And like, we didn't listen to that whole rap, right? That whole rap would have fucked me up. I can't listen to 8 minutes of someone, like, spitting fire about how they don't think trans people are valid. I can't deal with it, so I just report the video and move on, right? I think we get it. The Mayor Usama is saying, is the stream dying? Let me know if anyone else is having issues. Hans Wormhat is transphobic, but in such a way that it's hilarious. Yeah, I can deal with trans Wormhat. I almost called him Trans Wormhat! I can deal with Hans all day, because Hans is just crazy, right? I do not take Hans seriously for even a second. So Hans is fine. I can deal with him, you know. Hans thinks the world is flat and space doesn't exist, so of course he's transphobic, right? Anyway, Liberty Hangout. Poop Girl. A message for President Trump. This is, I guess, her interviewing Trump supporters. So let's see how this goes, I guess.
If they can protest and riot in the street, if they can hold funerals for you know, Democrats and...
Ooh. Hold on, was she about to say the N-word? Because it sounded like she was about to say, if they can hold funerals for Democrats.
They can hold funerals for you know,
Ooh, I think she was about to drop an N-bomb. Did you hear that? If they can hold funerals for Democrats. Let's see. She almost didn't dog whistle and almost bullhorned.
In the street, if they can hold funerals for you know, Democrats and politicians, yes. Why can't we? Why can't we have rallies? Why can't we go to our loved ones' funerals?
Go to your funeral. No one's saying you can't go to a funeral for someone you care about. I would like you to social distance so you don't wind up having a cascade of funerals afterward, where a bunch of people who went to the funeral die, and then you go to those funerals and more people catch it. And you should probably wear masks to said funeral. But no one says you can't go to a funeral.
When you think of the destruction that's going on around the country and these cities burning and they're throwing things into AutoZone and breaking the windows, do you...
Not the AutoZone! That's where I get car batteries! I don't care.
Do you have a message for President Trump of what he should do? Should he do nothing? What do you think?
I agree with him sending the troops in and stopping it.
He already pulled them out. He pulled those troops out because he's a little bitch.
Yeah.
If the local governments can't take care of it, he should take in.
After months and months of destruction from Black Lives Matter and Antifa...
Oh no, Antifa. We can't have people who are against fascism on our streets. What'll happen if that happens? Not having fascism? Oh no!
We're gonna see here in St. Augustine what Trump supporters think
the AutoZone wasn't even done by Black Lives Matter. It was a random racist guy trying to start shit. I think the same thing happened with the Burger King a couple weeks ago. Basically, some, like, right-wing weirdos and, like, racists have been vandalizing things to try and make Black Lives Matter and Antifa look bad. And don't get me wrong, I'm sure there are, like, BLM protesters and Antifa people who would self-ascribe the label of Antifa who've destroyed some property. But, like, a lot of the big shit has been provocateurs, more or less, trying to make people on the left look bad. Borgorkang.
President Trump should do about it, if anything at all. Let's see what their message to President Trump is. I have to ask, something that I'm asking people here today is with the riots going on and the destruction in all of our cities and people...
What about the peaceful protests? Huh? Because most of them are that, right? Because when they protested peacefully, the police still came in and tear-gassed them and pepper-sprayed them. So if you make peaceful protesting impossible, then violent protests are inevitable. You basically escalated the situation. If people are protesting peacefully and you come in and break them up, they're gonna reassemble and be madder, right?
People are scared to walk outside. Do you have a message for President Trump of what you think he should be doing?
It's cute that Caitlin thinks that President Trump has ever seen a single video of hers.
Wow, that's a hard one, because I don't know if I think he should interfere or just let them sink, honestly, because the mayors and the governors are doing nothing to stop it. Right. But we should not bail them out either.
I like that. So if they...
The governors and mayors have told Trump to get the troops the fuck out, and they have at this point, I think. Let me see. I know they were going to pull them out of Portland. Federal troops. Protests? Let's see. News. But states' rights. Well, it's only states' rights if they're a right-wing state. Portland sees peaceful night of protests following withdrawal of federal troops. Yeah, the troops have already been withdrawn. There you go. Woot woot.
They ruin their own cities. They don't get any of our tax money to fix up what they're doing.
Yeah. I heard somebody the other day said they walked around Portland and it looked like Dresden after the bombings.
Do you think Trump...
What 90 to 100 year person is walking around Portland being like, oh yes, Dresden. I was there at the Dresden bombings. Genius.
Trump should have more rallies, or...
I think they either underestimate Dresden or are overestimating the damage caused by someone burning out a fucking Burger King.
Yes, absolutely. If they can protest and riot in the street, if they can hold funerals for Democrats and
she was about to say the N-word.
Politicians, yes. Why can't...
Uh-oh, almost had a gamer moment.
Why can't we have rallies? Why can't we go to our loved ones' funerals?
You did have a rally, and it killed Herman Cain. And almost no one showed up. You had one. It went badly. President Trump is the one who's been stopped. Like, for instance, the Republican National Convention has been scaled back and shit. That wasn't enforced by anyone other than Donald Trump and the GOP. That's on them. Trump canceled rallies. They weren't forced to cancel them. His last rally went really, really poorly, so they decided to stop trying, at least for now.
Yes, there.
What's the coronavirus death toll up to? COVID-19 deaths, USA. 165,000 deaths. Lovely.
There was a Democrat congressman that just passed away, John Lewis, yes. And there were hundreds of people at his funeral. Yes. There are friends of mine who couldn't even go to their own grandfather's funerals.
Okay, sorry. That's going to depend upon your state or whatever. Also, I'm pretty sure Herman Cain just died. He's also probably going to have a pretty public funeral.
My friend. Yeah.
You had that experience? Yeah. I'm so sorry. It's insulting, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It's incredible.
I want to go to a funeral and see a dead body and then join them because everyone there's going to be old and we're all going to get coronavirus and fucking die.
Really insulting. And it makes me hurt for you and for anybody else that has.
I'm Caitlin Bennett. And my only move is to concern troll.
To experience that because it's
double standard. It's hypocrisy.
Oh my gosh! Well, you guys are peasants. We're just your family doesn't matter. Yeah. When we look at the destruction around.
Imagine this being your personality: big Trump flag, Trump on a tank painted to say Trump. Trump has an amazing physique in this picture too, which he does not have in real life. This in the opposite would be just as weird, by the way. Imagine if you had a Biden supporter with a Biden flag, and he was standing on a fucking tank that said Biden, and it was him with a fucking sniper rifle and an American flag. You'd be like, okay, gonna stay away from that guy.
The country, and we see the burning and the looting and the.
Is Caitlin for monarchy in America? Liberty Hangout, they're monarchists. Yeah, they've tweeted about it. Let me see if I can find the tweets real quick. Liberty Hangout, monarchy. Doo-doo-doo-doo. This is from their Twitter. It says, it's far more preferable to live under a monarchy than a democracy. Democracy is mob rule of the government as state and is a soft form of communism. Democracy is communism. So, just so you know, Athens, hey, very communistic as we all know.
Rioting. Do you have a message for President Trump of what he should do? Or
did I get into the secret Liberty Hangout chat? No, when I get paid from Twitch, which is going to be in the next 3 days or so, I'm going to start doing that and going into some of the different chat rooms and see what I can find.
Maybe what he shouldn't do, just let them burn? What do you think?
Well, it's kind of exposing the liberals and their cities, but at the same time...
Their cities. What? Oh no, liberal cities where most Americans live.
We can't just let our country burn to the ground. And he's doing the right thing. He's bringing the feds in.
This was posted August 12th. The troops are already gone. The federal troops are being pulled out. It's over. You lost.
He's bringing law and order back. You wouldn't see that.
Bringing law and order. That's why Roger Stone had his sentence commuted and all the other criminals that Trump has pardoned.
St. John's.
Law and order as long as you're white.
County, because we don't play those games. We got a very conservative police department. We got a conservative sheriff's office. We got a conservative all across the board and our commissioners and everything. So we won't have that nonsense here. And our patriots won't allow that, and neither will the sheriff's department. So
yeah, don't bring your bull crap here. Yeah, you've been warned.
Dragon Mike 1973, facts don't matter. Well, of course they don't.
Second warning. I mean, take it or leave it. When you think of the destruction that's going on around the country and these cities burning and they're throwing things into AutoZone and breaking the windows.
Not AutoZone!
Do you?
Let's see, shall we? auto zone destroyed. Do-do-do-do. Protesters said they were being invaded. They were right. On May 28th, 2 days after the killing of George Floyd, angry demonstrators hit the streets to protest police killings. A tall man dressed completely in black, carrying a black umbrella and wielding a sledgehammer, was caught on camera destroying the windows of an auto parts store, AutoZone. Known as Umbrella Man, after searching for 2 months, Minneapolis Police Department has linked him to a white supremacy group. The New York Times reported on Wednesday, July 28th.
Do you have a message for President Trump of what he should do? Should he do nothing? What do you think?
I agree with him sending the troops in and stopping it.
Yeah.
It didn't stop shit. They're gone already.
If the local governments can't take care of it, he should take in.
Just like the Civil War, the South wouldn't stop keeping people as slaves, so the North had to knock on the door and go, knock, knock, the North's here, bitch. Then they kicked in the door to the South, destroyed the fucking Mason-Dixon line, freed the fucking slaves.
They see what's going on in their cities. Yes. And they hate Trump so much, they don't
Daddy sue me with 50 bits, that was amazing.
want him to come in and help, but they can't
She's going full fascist? What do you mean going? She's been there for a while.
take control of it.
Precisely. And I believe he should send them in.
To see uncensored, uncut footage from this very trip, go to libertyhangout.tv right now. There's so much good content over there that you will not see here on Facebook or YouTube. I'll see you over there, libertyhangout.tv. If you have a message, what would you tell President Trump to do?
Yeah, they've destroyed it already. Let's take it back. Let's own our cities. You know, again, let's make these cities great again.
Making cities great again means suppressing protests trying to advocate for the equal rights of people who are a different skin tone than me.
We'll figure it out. You know, nobody wants that going on except that one group of knuckleheads that are out there they're in it to cause chaos, and they're getting paid.
Knuckleheads, aka people who don't think it's okay for people to be murdered by the police because they're black. What a nuanced opinion.
Paid to do it. Go in, let's take these cities back, let's build them back up again, and let's get back on track. I mean, I think people respond tremendously to that.
Yeah.
People are fed up. I mean, they're just destroying the schools and destroying the culture. I think it would be really beneficial.
Destroying the culture, aka knocking down statues of racist people. Our culture is statues! That's the weirdest hill I've seen people on the right try and die on this year. American culture is statues! No, it's not. What?
To go in and clean house.
If you had a message to him about what you think about it, what he should do, what would you say?
I think that he should
The Karen vibes are strong with this one.
try to help the communities. I don't think he should let the cities burn.
Ooh, both of them.
Like that. Okay. I would hope he wouldn't. I would hope he would try to just do minimum.
Fago, huh? I went to the can return today, and I returned some cans, and I had some change left over, and this was only 60 cents, so I decided to go for a Fago orange. Fago, which actually is pop. I'll call Fago pop, because it's made in Michigan. So I'd imagine the people who make Fago call it pop.
Intervention to try to keep it settled down, but I think also working with the mayors and the governors of the states and trying to get something reasonable, decided between all of them so everybody feels safe and the communities can come back together because it's hurting everybody.
On this probably $5 million home behind you right on the beach in Florida, it says Trump 2020, all lives matter. Rich white people don't like Black Lives Matter. More news at 11.
It's hurting everybody.
I love Trump, I love America, and I wish all this violence would go away.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask.
Excuse me, what about the police violence? That's what the protests are about? So you're fine with police committing violence on people who don't look like you. But those minutes someone, says, hey, can we have some rights? You go, we gotta shut this shit down. There's one of Caitlin's bodyguards. Imagining Caitlyn walking down the beach in this Florida white rich community with like 4 bodyguards all armed is hilarious to me.
Ask Trump supporters today.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if at some point one of these rich Karens ends up calling the police on Caitlyn because she's walking around with like a black security guard. I guarantee there's some Karen out there going like, why is that black guy walking around in my neighborhood? Probably the people with the banner that said all lives matter.
Is if you could say something to President Trump about the violence going on, what would you say to him? Do you think he's doing enough? Does he need to do more?
I don't even know he knows what to do. Like, I wouldn't even know what to do. I would not want to be him in this position because it's too many decisions that you make.
In fairness to Trump, not knowing what to do has kind of been his MO for the last 4 years, so.
Make one decision, he's got the right that are against him, you got the left against him, you got everybody that he does, like the poor guy stuck in the middle.
Well, I think he's doing the right thing. I think he's trying to intervene and restore law and order. It's just ridiculous that people can just blatantly get away with unlawlessness. It's
unlawlessness.
Frustrating. It's maddening, and I think he's such.
Question. What about all the criminals that worked for Trump whose sentences he's commuted? Do you care about those criminals, or is that okay because they're white? Just thought I'd ask.
A common sense individual, he's looking at that and saying, what the heck's going on here? You know,
yeah, they're in Florida.
Mayors, governors, get your acts in order. Otherwise, I'll do it for you.
And then he tries to come in and do it for them. They don't want him there.
Correct. Get the fuck out.
It's almost like they'd rather their city burn and their citizens get attacked than accept help from Trump just to prove a point.
Or, how about this? Governors don't like jackbooted federal thugs with no ID on them and nothing to identify themselves kidnapping people off the street. Probably that one.
Absolutely. The world's turned upside down. It's just...
The world's turned upside down. Hamilton.
Ridiculous.
It's the clown world out here.
It is.
Clown world, which is, what do you know, an alt-right Nazi dog whistle.
It really is.
Somebody should step in with Antifa and do something, and because they're coming from the wrong place, and the what they're doing to the properties and the businesses and downtowns of these cities. How are they ever going to replace them? How are they ever going to
insurance
get back to where they were? Are they going to be burned out? Are they going to be left like that for generations? I don't think that's right, and they're not stepping up, and they're not saying what they want.
Right.
All they're saying is we want to destroy it. They're not saying how they're going to make it better.
My honest opinion.
Says man who has never heard a single Black Lives Matter protester actually talk about the police reforms they'd like to put into motion. Like, what do you mean they don't have a plan? You can look on, like, the websites of Black Lives Matter and find the policing reforms that they want to put into place. They're actual policy positions. I guarantee that guy hasn't looked up Black Lives Matter or their website ever to actually hear what Black Lives Matter says about policing reform. Cotton Candy 903 with 10 bits. People don't vote when they've been Gestapo'd. True.
I think to let the cities tear up their own cities, and then that's their fault. That has nothing to do with it. Let it burn. Let them burn.
Let it burn and let the mayors take care of it.
Yeah.
They created the problem.
The cities are not burning down. What the fuck are you talking about? Why do they keep bringing this up? Like, let's see. Portland protests. Portland protests remain calm during 76th night after threat of arrests weakened. It's almost like when the police escalate use of force and federal agents come in, people are going to fight back. Weird. Bunch of people just walking down the street. Don't see anything on fucking fire. Just people hanging out. This person fell out of a truck. Oof, that sucks. Same person falling out of a truck. Weird that I don't see anything on fire. It's almost like they've been indoctrinated by Fox News to think things are happening that aren't.
Why should we have to pay for it?
That's the thing. Trump has offered to send in people to help a bunch of cities, and the mayors are like, we don't want you here. They're so angry. They're so full of hate. They would rather Trump stay away just to prove a point and let their citizens be attacked, killed, murdered, and their businesses destroyed.
Holy straw man, Batman. You're applying motivations to these mayors that are not applicable. They just don't want federal troops against their will put on their streets. Do you not see how that could be a slippery slope into some really bad shit? If the federal government can send military troops to any city they want for any reason, that's bad. That's real bad. This is the kind of shit that they would say that Obama would do. They'd be like, oh my God, Obama's gonna call for, martial law and bring military into the cities. And like, Trump literally did this. Trump literally sent federal troops to American cities without the consent of the government of those cities or states. Like, what is wrong with you people?
What the heck is going on?
I mean, it's just, I think they should just lay in the bed that they made. I mean, they, just like the protesting going on, they're calling it peaceful protests.
Because the vast majority of it is.
They're not.
They are.
No. They want to burn their cities, let them burn.
Again, it's not on fire, so stop watching so much Breitbart and maybe actually turn on some video of what's going on. The DAC, thank you for subscribing.
Their cities, I don't think Trump should have to send in extra to help.
I agree. He should leave it the fuck alone, because it's none of his business.
I think he's wasting our money.
Your money? Florida takes more from the federal government in terms of what it pays in taxes than what it pays in. Your state's in the red, bud. Nope. You don't get to say, I don't want to pay for these other people, when your state's expenses get paid for by blue states who actually make money via their taxes, like California. Jesus.
Our tax dollars, they're stealing from us. And, and it's just they're going to do what they want to do.
What do you think? Do you have a message of how he should handle it?
I completely agree with what she just said, 100%. Yeah, just minimal intervention to just, help the people in the town and get them back on their feet, and nobody should have to live through what they're living through. It's horrible.
All those
Oh no, people are peacefully protesting outside of my house. I'd much rather have jackbooted thugs from the federal government sent outside to beat up the peaceful protesters and kidnap them.
businesses that have lost their revenue, it's horrific.
These people are all brainwashed. Some of them, yes, and the others know that what they're saying is untrue, but they're actively trying to sow discord and misinformation.
They've already been shut down, and then they go in there and it's like millions of dollars more that they're going to have to come up with while they've been shut down because of everything going on. When we look at the destruction that's going on around the country and these cities are just burning, do you have a message for President?
Again, with this idea that they're burning, what are you talking about? The only burning that took place was in Washington fucking D.C., and that was like a month and a half or 2 months ago.
Trump, or any advice of what he should do about it, or maybe just stay out of it?
I think he has been staying out of it to the most part. It's really up to the cities and the states. We all believe this, but ultimately it is his job.
No, what do you mean you all believe this? No, you don't. Everyone else in this video disagreed with you.
That if the cities and states don't do their jobs, then someone's got to step in.
Right.
So
you think he should step in and get things under control?
At some point, I'm afraid it's going to have to be done.
Yeah.
If they can't police themselves, someone's got to police them.
And he steps in, he tries to step in with Portland.
Basically, they're saying, get black people in line, cities and states. No, fuck you. Do police reform. Do police reform, and it'll stop.
They don't want his help. They want to let their citizens be attacked and their cities be destroyed. It's insane.
They're all playing a political game.
Yeah.
And
says the man holding a Trump flag. They're all playing a political game, unlike me, who just sits here on the sidewalk with the Trump flag.
And it's a bad game for our country. It's super bad.
Trump is in Portland trying to help, and they're like, we don't want you here. Everything's under control, but...
Because it is. Because things only escalated once federal troops got there. Things were actually starting to calm down, and then ironically, once the troops got there, stuff ratcheted up because people, what a shock, don't like their friends being kidnapped in vans by unmarked military personnel.
Anybody who walks through there looks like you're in a third world country that doesn't even have running water. It's insane.
Oh, but if you
just wait until you hear about Flint, Michigan.
listen to Nadler, that's just a myth, right?
Yeah, it's a myth. That was Flecka's. Yeah, shout out to Flecka's, Austin Fletcher. Yeah, Flecka's talks. He was like, "Oh, that's a myth. That's not happening." All you have to do is open your eyes. Look at any video.
You know what really pisses me off about this whole the Black Lives Matter? They say all like this whole Black Lives Matter, but they're not even thinking about the Black lives that are killed in the womb.
Oh my fucking god, here we go with the abortion thing, as if abortion is morally equivalent to an adult person being murdered by the police. Not the case.
Exactly.
400,000 of them.
Yep. You know the number.
Yeah, I do.
You got it.
I do.
Okay, now quote me the statistic of how many people are killed by the police every year. You have the abortion one memorized, so surely, since you're so pro-life, you must have the ones about, like, people who die due to lack of health care because of the expense, people who are killed by the police, armed or unarmed. Any of those statistics? No, you don't have those off the top of your head? Oh, so you're an ID log. Weird.
I know my numbers.
Why aren't they protesting in front of Planned Parenthoods or abortion clinics in general? Why aren't they protesting there if they cared about Black lives?
Because a fetus isn't a baby. That's the answer.
My gosh, they're being just ripped apart and flushed down the toilet, and no one bats an eye.
No, and you know what? It's just it makes me sick to my stomach because you do have people out there that can't have kids like me.
I'm sorry.
And then you watch that.
Yeah.
And you hear about that, and it's like they're idiots. And I do not support Planned Parenthood. I will not support anybody that has an abortion, all the way down to if you get raped. I don't support that.
An ideologue is. An ideologue is basically someone who is partisan and advocating for a very specific ideology without any thought for how that fits into the greater narrative.
Give it up for adoption.
Yeah.
It still has a life at conception. That's all that is.
President Trump is draining the swamp up there.
Imagine seeing the past 4 years of corruption and just sick, fucked up shit happening in the government because of Donald Trump and his administration, and going, he's draining the swamp. What the fuck are you people watching? What reality do you live in?
In D.C., and he's got a massive undertaking. We have to start draining our local swamps down here, because that's the headwaters for what's happening in D.C. So we need to do what Trump's doing there. So we all got to step up. That way,
gotta vote.
That way, you got to vote all the way down the line. Know who your candidates are too.
Go to libertyhangout.tv right now to watch Caitlin Bennett Uncensored. Not only will you get to watch exclusive content from me, but you'll get to say you stood for the truth, you stood against radical
Caitlin having OnlyFans now? This sounds like a pitch for an OnlyFans.
leftism, and you stood up for America. If you guys enjoyed this video, be sure to like and share, hit that subscribe button, and click the notification.
She's just the worst. Daddy Sume, it's just scat porn. Oh god. You know, the thing about Poop Girl is, even if she didn't shit her pants very publicly, literally, if you don't know about that, she'd still be Poop Girl even without that. Because she's poop. Now that's quality content. Moving on. Oh boy. 12 bits snipe? I don't know what the fuck that means. Quick Cleanse telling us how Lupine is doing. She's having allergies. She's having bad allergies, I think, in reaction to the fleas. Again, we have her on Frontline, but it's just not working. The fleas keep coming back, so we gotta figure out some way to deal with it. I don't know. She's been sneezing a lot and her eyes all squinty still, and it's just bad. So what else are we gonna do? John Doyle, Sargon, Tate speech, the quartering. Let's do with the quartering. Let's see what the quartering's up to.
What's going on?
Here's a Brie Larson video. This is one we haven't covered yet. I'm sorry I missed this one, Jeremy. You know I love your obsession with Brie Larson. The audience is obsessed with my obsession with your obsession for Brie Larson.
On everyone, Jeremy are from the quartering, and oh, Queen Brie. Apparently, Marvel has caved to all of Brie Larson's MCU requests, and she has clapped back against haters. Apparently, by
Lukey
just
Pie, thanks for
saying
following.
one thing. 45 articles respond about Brie Larson roasting haters because she said 3 words.
Jeremy, if we're about to talk about the media overcovering Brie Larson, then boy do I have a glass house to sell you. Buddy, you cover Brie Larson when she gets up in the morning and takes a shit. You literally just talk about her constantly. So, talking about how the media is overcovering her, not a great look for you. Pretty hypocritical, considering you're also covering this exact same thing that you're saying they're covering too much. Very strange.
You know what? 42% of you are not subscribed yet. I cover a wide variety of issues. I hope today will be the day I earn your subscription. There's a little red button down below the video or on the main channel. Please click it now. I would greatly appreciate it. Marvel has reportedly agreed to all of Brie Larson's MCU requests. Now, this is via We Got This Covered, which means it's probably bologna sausage. All right?
So why are you covering it? Why are you covering it if even you admit that this source is bullshit?
There's a trio of sites that kind of all run off the same rumor mill. And, you know, quite frankly, they're wrong way more than they're right. But it's interesting.
But it's that sweet, sweet Brie Larson content the people demand, so you gotta cover it anyway.
But nonetheless, during the formative years of the MCU, Marvel Studios had something of a reputation for being difficult to negotiate with and frequently offering low-paying contracts to actors who were interested in. But as the franchise popularity continues to grow, so do the paydays. By the way, it's now been, I think, over 1 year since a Marvel movie.
But Brie Larson, I know.
Isn't that interesting? 1 year.
I genuinely wonder how MCU movies, once they come back to theaters, hopefully once coronavirus gets like a vaccine and it gets spread to the population, or if we're just able to successfully get it to a place where it's not such a forefront issue. I do wonder, when cinemas reopen and have people going back to them en masse, how the Marvel movies are going to do, because after Endgame, which was a good movie. I liked the whole, I liked the whole Infinity Saga. I like what Marvel's done as of yet. But basically we've had such a break, and they didn't even have, like, the Disney Plus shows ready yet. The Disney Plus shows, if they'd come out and were as good as, like, The Mandalorian, they could have been huge and kept the momentum for the series going. But considering there's been such a gap now, And when we're used to getting like 2 or 3 MCU movies a year, and now we've had a whole year without one, I'm curious if people will have lost interest when it comes time to bring them back to theaters, or even watch them on Disney Plus, you know?
Robert Downey Jr. was paid $500,000 for starring in Iron Man, while co-star Terrence Howard walked away with 3 times as much. But fast forward to decade, and Howard was nowhere to be seen, while RDJ raked in $75 million for Avengers Endgame. When your movies are always among the highest grossing of the year,
I think that has to do with part of his deal being that Robert Downey Jr., he either got part of the bottom line, like, box office, or he was also a producer on some of those movies. I don't really remember.
Then your stars will inevitably seek to be the highest.
So Robert Downey Jr. is an exception, not the rule for the MCU.
Paid. Brie Larson cashed in a hefty sum of $5 million for headlining Captain Marvel. That seems kind of low, I guess. I don't know. Which is the highest amount the studio has ever paid someone for their first starring role in the MCU. However, with Carol Danvers' Solo bringing in $1.1 billion globally, and the title hero set to be positioned as one of the faces of the entire franchise, bleh.
I mean, Jeremy, it is what it is. You don't have to like her, but, like, it's true. Captain Marvel, Black Panther, Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, probably Ant-Man and the Wasp. These people are the Avengers now. Iron Man's dead and Captain America's gone all back to the fucking future on us, so...
And the next leader of the Avengers, double bleh.
We did not go over the Sargon video yet.
The 30-year-old was asking for a bigger piece of the pie for future appearances. I don't know what Brie Larson's future is in terms of the MCU. Obviously, Captain Marvel is here to stay. Ultimately, the question will always be, how will these films do? I eager for Phase 4 Marvel. Just to see how it does at the box office. Because
it's probably going to be skewed either way. I don't know when movies are going to start coming back to theaters, like, in a big way.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capital.
Thank you, Ask Compu, for a bit. He keeps making that noise. Is he broken? I don't know. Even when theaters open, I don't know if people are going to be returning the way that they have been. It'll be interesting to see. A lot of theaters are also kind of failing under the strain of COVID and being closed for so long and missing an entire summer movie season, which is usually, you know, the biggest time of the year for theaters. So I'm curious, because it was just ruled that the rule that said that film production studios cannot own movie theaters, that was just rescinded. So I'm curious if after this COVID stuff, a bunch of theaters are going to, you know, close down. I'm wondering if Disney is going to buy up those theaters and only play Disney movies in them, and basically you'll be going to the movie theater to see Marvel movies, Star Wars movies, Disney live-action remakes, and whatever other crap they put out, you know? And every other movie, you're going to have to go to some independent theater to see it. I'm curious. It's going to be interesting. Either way, the face of the entertainment industry, I think, will be permanently changed because of this. Like, film history books in terms of, like, how films are distributed and everything, there's going to be a whole section that's, like, 2020 and the coronavirus and how it changed the face of, like, visual media, because things aren't just going to go back to normal, I don't think. Daddy Sume with 10 bits. It's illegal. They did that in the past. It was illegal, but now it's not anymore. The Trump administration just rolled back that rule. I already said that. I said they just rolled back the rule. So now Disney and all these other companies can own theaters now.
We don't know what the box office is even going to look like post-lockdown. I'm going to guess that attendance will be down at least 50%. I think that's fair, right?
That's not unreasonable. I think that's probably about right. There are a lot of dumb people who are going to want to go back to movies right away. But yeah, there are enough people who aren't going to want it. Like, I don't think I've missed a single MCU movie. That's not true. I didn't see Ant-Man and the Wasp in theaters. Just because, like, Ant-Man's okay, but I didn't feel the need to see, you know, the sequel in theaters. But before that, I don't think I missed a single Marvel movie since I think I saw them all. I think I've seen every Marvel movie in theaters other than Ant-Man and the Wasp. So, even so, like if they say, oh, Black Widow, it's coming out in January or February or March or April, whenever it is next year, if there's still not a vaccine for coronavirus, I'm not going to the theater. I'll wait, and I'll pirate it. Or if they offer it digitally on Disney Plus for a little bit of money, I'll pay for it, right? If it's like $20-$30, sure, fine. I'll go get some snacks, Baja Blast it, I can sit down and watch Black Widow, and it'll be very fun. But, like, or even, like, invite Jake and Sarah, you know, you can have people over and have them kick in some money and order some pizza. Whatever. I think that would be fun. But I'm not going back to the theater until such a time as I don't think there's a risk of catching COVID-19, especially because Baja Blast, she has asthma. If she catches that, and by extension, if I catch that and pass it to her, she's gonna fucking die. So, like, I can't deal with that shit, you know?
60%, you say? All right, if you subscribe now, I'll agree to 70%. 70%? Yeah, okay, we'll go with 70%. Thank you for subscribing. 70% is probably what it will be down in its first week. I'm sorry, first couple of months back. I've got another video coming out today, just how much they've lost. Billions of dollars lost already.
I think Paramount, or might have been Universal, just made a deal that they've shortened the period of time between theater release and home video release, or I say home video, sorry, I'm old as fuck, I feel, at this point, that I'm saying that. Streaming release. So instead of typically, and it used to be way longer, I don't know if anyone remembers this, but it used to take like a year for movies to get from the movie theater to DVD or VHS back in the day. But then it was shortened, and then it was like, you know, maybe 6 months. And now the deal that I think Universal just made, it's down to a month. So you only have to wait 4 weeks between when a movie is released in theaters and when you can get it on VOD, which I think is great. Like, one of the things that I care about in my life, and I think I'm always going to work on, is having a home theater setup, because I love movies. I own tons of movies. I will continue to do so. I fucking love them, and I do not like movie theaters. I like the idea of a movie theater. Like, I like the idea of people getting in a room and enjoying a movie together and having all the crowd reactions and like, woo, woo, woo. I get it. I've had too many bad experiences, though. There's so many rude people. There's so many people who just can't not be on their phones, so they're scrolling through their fucking Instagram feeds, you know, and their light's, like, really bright. It's not even in dark mode, and I'm having to deal with that while I'm watching the movie, you know.
In just the first 2 quarters of the year.
What do I think about drive-ins? I've literally never been to one, so I have no idea.
She had wrote, we previously heard that Larson wanted equal pay to her male co-stars. Ha! More creative, yes. Iron Man, which sells tickets, or Captain Marvel, who doesn't. I don't know.
What do you mean Captain Marvel doesn't sell tickets? It made over $1 billion. Jeremy, do you live in some alternate universe where your predictions about Captain Marvel came true and you didn't come off as a complete idiot? No! Captain Marvel is the 23rd highest grossing movie of all time. Get over it.
Know about that. More creative input over her solo franchise and top billing in any major crossover projects that she's set to appear in. Let me read that again. She wanted equal pay, more creative, which is fine, more creative input over her solo franchise, also fine, and top billing in any major crossover projects that she was set to appear in.
That's a big get. That's a huge thing in Hollywood. If you've ever wondered, for instance, like sometimes on movie posters or anything, they'll have, you know, people on the movie poster and then the names don't match up. You know what I mean? Like one person will be first in name, but that might not be the person who's here, whatever. That's because these are huge in contract negotiations. Your name being first on a poster or the biggest on a poster is a huge get. That's a thing your agent, you know, negotiates with the studio. This is always a big thing because if you want to be successful as an actor or actress, you want to get your name out there. And if you want to get your name out there and people to notice you, then you need to be, either the first person on the poster, the last person on the poster, or the biggest name on that poster, right? So the fact that Brie Larson and her agent were able to get that, and if this is true, again, this is from a site that even Jeremy thinks is bullshit, so it might not be true, says that she's going to get top billing in any major crossover projects, meaning like if they do, you know, an Avengers, whatever, let's say it's New Avengers, and it's, you know, Captain Marvel, Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Black Panther, any of the other people who get put in there. And it's going to say first, Brie Larson, that's fucking huge. That's a huge get. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's just part of negotiations. It means Brie Larson's agent is really good at their job. And yes, Captain Marvel made $1.2 billion. Clear the egg with a bit. I'll be the person on the back of the poster. Clear the egg with 50 bits. Captain Marvel had box office successes bigger than the first two Iron Man movies. She only barely came behind Iron Man 3. Yep.
And now we've heard from our sources, the same ones that told us Percy Jackson is being rebooted as a streaming series, and Ahsoka Tano will appear in The Mandalorian, both of which were correct, that she's gotten her wish. And while this isn't quite Robert Downey Jr. type deal, Larson will indeed become more heavily involved in shaping Captain Marvel's arc. I mean, that seems fine. And figuring out how she fits into the larger story before I'm being told in Phase 4 and beyond. And the next time the Avengers are assembled, it'll be her name that appears in the trailers and on the poster. She'll also be getting the higher pay she was seeking.
I could see that. Captain Marvel's probably going to take a pretty big lead in the new Avengers. She's sort of like the replacement for Captain America, but also way stronger than Captain America, you know what I mean? She was in the military. She knows how to lead people. She's been spending time in space for years. We don't know what she's been doing in the interim between Captain Marvel and, you know, the modern Avengers movies, but presumably she knows how to, like, command people and to help people out and to sort of get people like, okay, you go over here. Remember in Avengers 1 when Captain America's, like, telling everyone what to do? That makes sense for her as a role because, again, she was in the military. She knows how tactics work. She also has, like, crazy powers where she has like energy blasts and can fly and has super strength and stuff. It makes sense for her to be top billed. I imagine her, Black Panther, and Doctor Strange will be the big leads in the MCU. Spider-Man will also be there, but he's a little younger, so it wouldn't surprise me if Spider-Man doesn't like become a headlining Avenger until, I don't know, probably Phase 5 or 6. I mean, he'll be there, but, like, until Peter Parker ages up in the MCU, I don't think he'll be, you know, I'm a lead Avenger or whatever. I think he'll still be, you know, I'm the teenage kid. So
this will no doubt cause some controversy among the vocal minority that want her ousted completely. I don't want...
Wait, why did you, like, go vocal minority? Jeremy, you're a vocal minority. You're a vocal minority. People like you are a vocal minority. I'm a vocal minority when I do these videos too, even though I like Brie Larson. The vast majority of the movie-going public, 99% of that 1.125 whatever billion dollars, 99% of people who bought tickets for Captain Marvel do not know that chuds on the internet being mad at Captain Marvel is a thing. And they certainly don't know that people like me talking about chuds is a thing, right? We're vocal minorities, Jeremy. We're part of a very niche community. Your views are not the prevailing views on Captain Marvel or Brie Larson, as Compu says, but it can't be a minority. Minority is brown people. Oh, I can see Jeremy thinking that.
Want her ousted? There's no, I mean, why would I want her ousted? Brie Larson content is a significant portion of my channel.
At least he knows that. At least he knows it's a grift. That's good. Kinda sad that all these people hear him talking about how it's a grift and they still are like, yes, daddy, more grift, please.
I love Brie Larson. I was thinking about doing a review of her workout video. All right? I don't want her out of the MCU.
Is it really a review if your hand is on your dick the whole time? Just a question.
There's nothing funny about the
Thor on his way.
Daddy Sume with 10 bits. I don't want her ousted. I just want to try and humiliate her constantly.
Out. That's...
Yeah, she did like a workout video on her YouTube channel. Let's see what that's up to. Brie Larson YouTube. Brie Larson. She did like a YouTube. My first workout in quarantine.
Okay, during our workout.
Yeah, and I get my
Eating a cookie during a workout, that's kind of funny.
system right now. It's been a while.
To speed things up, and this is a really good way. So enjoy this because
doing some kind of workout routine. Oh god, Jeremy's gonna jerk off to that. That's gonna haunt me for a while.
It's true. Black Panther rumored to be getting replaced. That seems odd. And Sony more than capable...
Wait, what was it? Black Panther rumored to be getting replaced? I doubt that. There would have to be some crazy scandal, or like the guy who plays Black Panther, whose name I'm blanking on right now. Hold on, let me look. Black Panther... Chadwick Boseman. Chadwick Boseman would either have to be involved in some scandal or asking for a ridiculous amount of money. And I'm talking ridiculous even compared to the amount of money Black Panther made if they were to oust him. I very much doubt that's happening. He 100% masturbates to that every day and then he cries into his tissues.
Of pulling the plug on Spider-Man, that'll never happen. Brie Larson's Carol Danvers is Marvel's safest bet to lead the franchise into the future.
Jeremy, do you not understand what they're saying? Sony can pull, because they have the license to Spider-Man, they can pull Spider-Man out of the MCU literally whenever that contract is up. It happened for a couple months during the negotiations they were doing, and they weren't going to do a Spider-Man 3 in the MCU. Like, until they make a deal... Sorry, I got a text from the group chat. Until they make a deal, Sony owns that. I'd imagine at some point Disney will just park a dump truck full of money. Not even a dump truck, it'll have to be like an oil tanker full of money on Sony's doorstep to get the rights back. But they sold the rights to Spider-Man to Sony quite a while ago, and I don't think it ever expires. I think they have to make a new deal in order to get those rights back, and I doubt Sony's ever going to give them back. Ask Compu with a bit. That ha was more of a femoid leading something successfully. True, yeah. He's weird. Either my PS4 drive is fucked or the Skyrim disc is fucked. Yeah, it was having issues last night too. I'll take a look at it later. Just eject it and I'll look at it later. I don't know. That sucks because I really, really need that to last until the PS5 is out. That blows. What was I gonna say? Oh, I don't know anything about Chadwick Boseman's alleged issues, but, you know. Night, Daddy Sume. Thanks for coming to the stream. Ha! Again, he's laughing. Like, dude, she has one of the most successful movies so far in the MCU. Like, I know you're super mad and salty about it, but laughing at reality just makes you look like a jackass. It's not funny. It's not cute. It doesn't mean anything substantial. You're just being a jackass because you don't like her. Like, I get it. You don't have to like someone. I'm not telling you have to like Brie Larson. But, like, the amount of salt you have for her because she advocated for diversity in the film review community is so overblown, it's kind of sad.
Let's see if Captain Marvel makes $1 billion when it's not required reading. All right, let's...
Okay. Bet. Jeremy. I bet you $100. Well, I guess it's going to depend on when Captain Marvel 2 is out. Let's assume it's at a time when the box office is in a stable place again after COVID. Let's pretend that that's a thing, right? It'll make over $1 billion, Jeremy. It'll make over $1 billion. And saying Captain Marvel was required reading is kind of stupid. Almost nothing is required reading in the MCU. Like, except for Avengers movies, and even then, like, if you didn't see Captain Marvel and she showed up in Avengers Infinity War like she did, you get it. She has, like, superpowers and she's in space. She can fly. She has super strength. You don't need to know more than that. It wasn't required reading. What are you talking about?
Start there. Let's start there. All right? And then we can talk about who needs to lead the franchise. there is an innumerable amount of B-level stars right now in the MCU that people know of. You know,
Doctor Strange, Ant-Man, probably not the Hulk, because Mark Ruffalo was one of the original Avengers, and he's probably going to be wrapping up his involvement soon. I think he's going to make an appearance in the She-Hulk series, but I think that's about it. He might show up occasionally, but I don't think he'll be a main character.
You know, Scarlet Witch, obviously
Sure.
Captain Marvel, you've got Doctor Strange,
Yeah.
you've got Loki. None of these people...
Loki is going to be in his own TV show. He's from a different universe. I doubt we're going to be seeing that Loki in the MCU movies again. I could be wrong. Maybe it'll appear, but, like, it would be a different Loki anyway. And Loki's a villain, so he's not going to, like, lead the Avengers.
People seem...
He could lead the Dark Avengers.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Cotton Candy 903 with 10 bits. I still haven't seen Captain Marvel, and I have literally seen every other MCU film. Why not? You should check it out. It's alright. It's, I like it, and I like Brie Larson as Captain Marvel. It has that sort of same, like, it's an origin movie, so expect that. But, like, it's a good Marvel movie.
Big enough for the role. And Captain Marvel is...
Didn't Loki die? Loki died, but then if you remember, they went back in time in Avengers Endgame, and then a different Loki from another timeline escaped with the Space Stone, and that Loki is getting his own Disney Plus series.
No bigger than any of them. You know, you've got, you know, Wong, you've got a, you know, incredible...
Wong? He's like a B-tier side character in Doctor Strange. We're talking about leading the MCU and you want Wong? Oh, yes. Who's going to lead the Avengers? Fucking Wong? Well, Wong has a penis, so I guess he's more qualified than superhero with super strength and flight, Captain Marvel. Because Wong has a dong. Very stupid, Jeremy.
Hulk, he's kind of played out. If people are sick of the Incredible Hulk,
There's nothing funny about the tools
then
of
they're probably sick of Marvel, I guess.
Squid with 911 bits says, 9/11 was an inside job? Give me that stream boss goodness. Oh, God. What's Ant-Man's buddy's name? Oh, is it Louise? Let me see. Ant-Man. Yeah, Louise. It is basically like saying he should lead the Avengers. It's very stupid.
I mean, I don't think Disney wants Robert Downey Jr. to not play Iron Man anymore. I think that he doesn't want it.
He's dead. Jeremy, he might come back someday for, like, Secret Wars, if you know anything about the more recent Secret Wars event, not the original Secret Wars, although they are related. He might come back for that, and that would be cool, but he doesn't want to be in these movies every year. I get that. He's done, like, 10 years of really good work on these movies. He helped, like, build the most profitable franchise of all time, and now he wants to leave. Will he show up every once in a while in either flashbacks or, like, alt dimension things, or who knows what, simulations? He could play, like, an AI of himself or something. Sure. But he's not going to be leading the Avengers because they want to build a franchise that can last another 10 years. And in order to do that, you need to bring in new people because the same people don't necessarily want to be playing the same role for 20 years. At least not at the same extent that, like, Tony Stark was in, you know, so many of those Infinity Saga movies.
Too. But speaking of trolls... Brie Larson reveals which Star Wars film she once auditioned for. It comes after Captain Marvel discards some of her unsuccessful roles. Well, did you know that Larson actually wanted to get into Rogue One? Rogue One. Brie Larson. I could see that. But no. Brie Larson gives it back to haters on YouTube. If you didn't like it, keep your comments to yourself. I mean, it wasn't even like that. It was like, if you like the video, leave a comment. If you don't, leave your comments to yourself.
You're the one who put that inflection on it, not the article. Jeremy, you're criticizing your own inflection. Then don't inflect that way.
But there's like 15 articles written on how Brie Larson has the most savage response to YouTube trolls.
And you're responding to those articles. Do you see how hypocritical you are? Very
Keep your comments
strange.
to yourself. I mean, no. First of all, and again, these articles don't do Brie any favors. Brie, you've got to join the screw the mainstream media crew. After only 1 month starting her YouTube channel, Brie Larson has received a lot of hate on her videos, and now the actress is addressing the troll. So if you don't like her video, you're a troll. This is a...
No, Jeremy, if you make 30 videos about her videos and talk about how much, like, you're obsessed with her and how you should have people go to her video and, like, oh, guys, don't go and downvote her video, wink, wink. That makes you a troll. The fact that you've made, like, 60, 70 videos about Brie Larson, misrepresenting her and talking about how much you hate her, whether it be through actively saying that or being, you know, facetious and pretending that you're, like, actually a huge fan of hers. Either way, those are the things that make you a troll. Not just disliking your stuff. People dislike a lot of stuff. Like Brie Larson's YouTube channel, I'm not the biggest fan. It's not the content I like to watch on YouTube. But I also don't, like, make a bunch of videos about it because her videos aren't hurting anyone. What I do is I try and target people like Jeremy or John Doyle or Sargon or whoever who are kind of weirdos, right-wing chuddy types who actively go out and, like, either bully others or advocate for positions that will hurt others in the case of, like, John Doyle or Sargon, or in the case of the Quartering, just people who are weird. Like, Quartering's this weird dude who obsesses over, like, Brie Larson and the SJWs taking over the media, and I think that's harmful, and that's why I cover him, right? Brie Larson's just, like, a celebrity making YouTube videos about different stuff. Probably because her agent was like, hey, you should do a YouTube channel. A lot of people like to get in touch with celebrities on YouTube nowadays. And so she's doing it. And just because I don't like it doesn't mean I'm going to make 30 videos about how much I detest her, right? Because what she's doing isn't hurting anyone.
A very common mainstream media narrative that we've dealt with forever.
He is married. And yes, he probably has called his wife Brie.
If you don't like it...
What are the chances that in their closet there's a Captain Marvel uniform that he has her wear? What do you think?
Then you're a troll. Only trolls don't like Brie Larson's channel. Only trolls didn't like The Last Jedi. Only trolls didn't like The Last of Us Part 2. The Marvel Cinematic Universe alum clapped back at haters in our latest YouTube video. 12,000 reads? Hey, smash like. Let's get more than 12,000 videos on this views on this video. Brie Larson has a message for haters. She finally addressed the YouTube trolls in her latest video, which sees Captain Marvel actress telling them not to bother to comment. Please like the video if you liked it, and if you didn't like it, keep your comments to yourself. Oh, savage burn!
Jeremy, you're the one that put the inflection on the initial thing. If you just read the article like a normal human being, it's just an article about that. And it's like a tabloidy thing. If you don't like tabloids, don't read them. Like, what? Why spend all your time? When, again, it's kind of vapid. And is it clickbaity? Sure, but it's not really hurting anyone. If you don't like it, just, like, don't search it out. It seems like you just search Brie Larson into Google every day, and you're just looking for articles. You're like, yeah, where's the article I can talk about Brie fucking Larson? Brie fucking... It's like, dude, if you don't like it, why do you search it out?
Oh! Ooh. I don't know how anyone's going to recover from that absolute savagery from Brie Larson. I mean, I don't even think she meant it like that. These celebrity worship articles are hilarious. Brie Larson started her own YouTube channel last month. Since starting her channel, she's posted 4 videos and received a lot of trolling for no good reason.
Yes. You constantly Like, talk about her videos and obsess over her, and then send your little fanboys to go and, like, comment and dislike her videos. This is, like, the definition of trolling.
Her first video has over 131 dislikes? I'm assuming you mean 131,000 dislikes. Her second video has 21,000. Her third saw a huge dip in views, has 9,000 dislikes, and the fourth currently only has 5.4 thousand dislikes. I mean, are we supposed to is everyone... You know why she got the dislikes, right?
Because you sent a bunch of people over to dislike her video?
And I see how you wrote no good reason, but she was met with, yay, another Hollywood celebrity being crammed down our throat on YouTube.
Being crammed down your throat, aka she's making YouTube videos that you searched out and then shared with your audience. Wouldn't that make you part of the cramming, Jeremy? Can we change the quartering's name to the cramming?
YouTube, with a video where she's like, hey, fellow YouTubers, I'm just like you, and on this camera angle, and that camera angle, and this camera angle, and professional editing. I'm just starting this crazy, wacky YouTube thing. I know I've only been in Hollywood since I was 4 years old, but I just can't figure out how a camera and a microphone work. Click like and subscribe. That's why. Social media users have not been kind in the comments section as well. One user said, okay, this is a snooze fest. Nothing is of any value here, and she's just talking in circles. That's just criticism. You should see how my own subscribers talk to me in my comments. Nobody's writing articles to simp for me.
Because you're not popular enough, Jeremy. Let's look at the new sort by new comments. I want to trap all Captain Woman products and women movie ideas in a cave and let them die of asphyxiation. Well, that's even worse than I thought it was going to be. Just pay her in Disney dollars and give her a Nissan Sentra. Her trainer is probably laughing because she probably farts when she's stretched. Wow, fart humor. That kind of lines up with Jeremy's 12-year-old audience. Ugh, Jeremy.
And I'm not a multi-millionaire high-power Hollywood actor. Where's my defense? Another added, literally nothing of substance. This comes across like Tom Cruise rambling about Scientology.
It's not that funny.
Video shows Brie Larson doing various stretches with trainer Jason Watch, who at the end looks like he is about to burst out with laughter as Larson isn't confident that her fans are watching the video will actually do the exercise. I want to say thank you to everyone that watched the video or who got to work out to this point. It's unclear if anyone's actually going to do the workout along with us or enjoy watching me struggle. I actually think that her last couple of videos have been quite good. Look at only 8,000 dislikes to 45,000 likes.
Let's see what it is now after Jeremy put this in a video.
Hi, I'm Brie Larson. Hi.
Still pretty good ratio. Not too bad. Although it has gotten thousands more dislikes. It's almost like every time Jeremy covers her, she gets a bunch of dislikes. What a shock. It's almost like you're sending people intentionally to go dislike her videos while pretending that's not what you're doing. Weird.
That's not bad. No fear, just chilling eating a cookie in front of your trainer.
Can you simp for me? If it involves giving me money, yes. Simp all you want.
Nothing there. Workout with Scarlett Johansson. Some simp took the time to break down the...
He's so whiny.
Where are all the haters? Where all these comments are positive. Every one of them. I mean,
let's see what the comments are now. Brie Larson YouTube. This is on the workout video. Let's see just what the most recent comments are. This is probably going to be gross, but hey, who knows? Okay, not bad. Not bad. Wow, no agenda pushing for once? Fuck off. Better than I thought it would be. That's good. Real Bree came out at the end of the video. Oh no, telling people not to comment. I've literally heard tons of YouTubers be like, tell me if you liked this video, and if you didn't, don't tell me. Like, that's a common joke on YouTube. Did she just flash her muff? Gross. Again, just making fun of the fact that she made the same joke a bunch of YouTubers make. These people are, like, gross.
Menstruation, apparently. Where are all the haters?
I literally just found several of them. It usually happens after you make your video and people are aware of it on your channel, Jeremy. Why do you look at these videos before you make a video about it and then go, I don't see any hate? That's because they're coming from you. The call is coming from inside the house.
500,000, these trolls who constantly attack you must be seriously butthurt. Why? I'm a huge fan. 500,000 views is kind of sad for a Hollywood celebrity, to be honest with you. Unless they're deleting comments. I'm guessing they're probably deleting comments.
From what I saw, it doesn't look like it.
You're incredibly boring. Love how real you are. Yeah, they're deleting comments. Everyone's here.
No, the positive comments just get upvoted because there are more people there who are there to watch her content because they like her than there are people who whatever, you know?
Here for 1301. She refuses to show her body in Captain Marvel, and now...
There's nothing funny about the tools.
You know, nope, Brie Larson's still a jerk. I added this
He's rationalizing so hard. Yeah, this is what he does with all his Brie Larson shit. It's fucking weird. Like, it's so cringe.
Videos. I mean, yeah, there's some mild meanness, but I don't see any trolling.
Uh-huh. Sure.
Speaking of which, what's here?
Telling her she refused to show her body in Captain Marvel. That's not trolling. You fucking dipshit.
Wait a minute. What is here? Oh. Okay. Oh, ho, ho. Oh, full screen. Good editing. Good editing. Okay, yeah, that was a good scene. See, high quality content. Smash like for high quality Brie Larson content. I hope you enjoyed this video.
He's got to end the video immediately so he can go rub one out. Oh, God.
Hoping today was the day you subscribed, and we'll talk to you again real soon.
He ended that video real quick. His pee-pee's getting hard, and he's got to do something with it. Jesus fucking Christ. He's so gross. Okay, we're probably going to do the Sargon video next. Give me a sec.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
I think he almost got off on camera. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. It's kind of how he was behaving. Okay, so Sargon made a video, Is the Matrix a Trans Film? I think Jake covered this. We're probably not going to do the whole thing or even most of it. It's an hour-and-a-half long, and I cannot deal with that much Sargon. But let's see. And here's my opinion on it, okay? It depends on how you're reading the text, right? There are different ways of reading the text, and in any medium, whether it's a movie or a book, the text just means the content of the piece of art. So, there are different ways to look at a movie. Is The Matrix a trans film? Well, if you're looking at it from the lens and analyzing the text from a lens of authorial intent, that being the intent the authors had for that work, then yes. The Wachowski sisters, who, when The Matrix came out, were going by the Wachowski brothers, turns out, when they made The Matrix, were both in the closet trans women. So a lot of the things and themes of The Matrix are about taking the red pill, and taking the red pill is basically a metaphor for, hey, figuring out that something's not right, you know? You're not like the rest of people. You're trans. It's like cracking your egg, basically. So The Matrix, in its themes, in its writing, has trans themes, and the intent of the author, whether they even realized it or not, definitely comes down to, yeah, there's like trans stuff in it. If we're talking about other ways of reading the text of a film, though, different. If you're a firm believer in death of the author, which I would consider myself on that side, basically that says that fucking authorial intent. I do not care what the author meant when they wrote this story. What I care about is what people get out of it when they watch it. And you can analyze that from, various viewpoints. There's, feminist film theory, there's auteur theory, there's all sorts of different ways of looking at movie, right? At movies or books or whatever. Lindsay Ellis has a good series on this called The Whole Plate, in which she analyzes the Transformers films from various different schools of film analysis thought. So, from everything from like feminist theory to auteur theory to critical race theory, all that kind of stuff. So check it out. She's really great. However, I have a feeling Sargon isn't going to get that academic with his analysis here. I haven't watched this video. I have a feeling he's just going to be like, it's not, because actually, no, it's not. Could be wrong, but let's see what Sargon has to say about The Matrix being a trans film.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
I think I might be live. I haven't got the chat, though.
Here's an interview one of the sisters did.
Hello, Lily Wachowski here. I'm glad that people are talking about the movies, the Matrix movies, with a trans narrative. I love that how meaningful those films are to trans people, and the way that they come up to me and say, these movies saved my life.
Squid with 300 bits and Highly and Derp with 100 bits. Highly and Derp says, I've seen it pointed out that at the time the movie was released, the most common form of HRT for trans women was red, and one of the most common antidepressants was blue. Oh, I didn't know that. Squid with 300 bits says, what will shock Sargon is that the authorial intent coming out after the fact doesn't actually have to take away from personal experience of a text and what you took from it and what it means to you, because different people read every text in different ways, yeah?
Because when you talk about transformation, specifically in the world of science fiction, which is just about imagination, it's like, and world building, and like the idea of the seemingly impossible becoming possible, I think is like, that's why it speaks to them so much. And I'm grateful that I can be a part, throwing them a rope to help them along their journey.
He reacts to this on his stream? Okay, we can just watch his stream then.
But I have announced it on Parler, so you can't come at me for that. Yeah. Oh wow. Okay. Streamlabs went live for once. That's nice. Normally it requires that I do something in the background. So, chat. How are you doing? It's lovely to be back, to be honest, and to be able to make videos and live streams from the comfort of my studio, my mini studio. But yeah, no, how's it going, everyone? It's good to see you all, and good to see that you're doing very well. Yeah, so, I don't know whether you've noticed, but The Matrix is a trans film, chaps.
That is the intent of the authors and directors. Yeah.
And I've got to say, right, this very much in the theme of, J.K. Rowling coming out and declaring Dumbledore and everyone else to be gay.
No. Sargon, that's not the same thing. Because the text of Harry Potter, at least not until the later books when they talk about his relationship with Grindelwald, don't have a ton in terms of content that could be read that way. It's certainly there when they talk about Dumbledore's relationship with Grindelwald, but again, a lot of that comes from J.K. Rowling after the fact. It's not something that's inherent to the text. The Matrix, on the other hand, it's very clear that that's what they were going for the whole time, especially with the benefit of hindsight. In fact, one of the characters, I think their name was Switch, was originally going to be a trans character that outside of the Matrix they were going to be presenting one way, and then inside the Matrix, because your Matrix, body is based upon how you see yourself internally, was going to be different. So there was going to be an explicitly trans character, but I think Warner Brothers basically nixed that at the last minute. So, Carl, not the same thing.
There's nothing that Hagrid likes more than getting a sausage up the wrong end and things like this. So that's very interesting, JK. Thank you for telling us all of this. There may well be more legitimacy to the idea that The Matrix is a trans film.
Yes.
This might not actually be something that's just obviously stapled on post hoc.
Correct, it's not. Sargon, I don't mean to be, overly critical, but before you make your smug live stream where you're like, Sargon of Accord here, let me tell you why The Matrix actually isn't a trans film. Shouldn't you have looked this up first? Shouldn't you have done even a little bit of research prior, before you, tried to be all smug on stream about it? Just, And,
we've got to be fair about this. We've got to be fair about all of the evidence. And the thing is, I don't really think it changes the main underlying value or message of The Matrix either.
What the fuck? What is that even supposed to imply? Of course it doesn't. And again, Sargon, I'm not in favor of authorial intent. I don't really care. If you get something different out of The Matrix, that's great. I'm happy for you. I think anyone can read just about any text and reasonably get almost anything out of it in terms of, messages, themes, whatever, as long as you back up your assertion with your explanation as to why you feel that way, then there's probably a valid reason for it. But, if we're talking about the intent of the authors, which it seems like that is your purpose going into this, because you're talking about J.K. Rowling and her stuff in regard to, Dumbledore being gay, or, Hermione being black, as she said later, even though in the book it's, mentioned that her complexion isn't, dark. Whatever. That's a conversation about authorial intent. So if you're talking about authorial intent, then the authors have said, hey, this is what we were going for. As Compu, doing research would require him to comprehend the concept that he could be wrong. That's true. I've made a grave error in assuming that Sargon thinks he can ever be wrong after he has an initial thought in his head.
Because the thing with such a broad allegory is that you could apply it to anything, which is why the phrase red pill really stuck around for being shown the world as it really is. Not staying in the comfortable bubble of that which is believed to be true by all because of consensus.
Jesus Christ, his chat is a nightmare.
And when you start framing it like that, because that's what it was supposed to be, assuming that it wasn't just another trap, that you're in another simulation after you drop out. Again, the main question...
with 5 bits, Tatsuyo Dragneil says, I said this on Jake's stream, but J.K. Rowling was able to put whatever she wanted into her books, but something like this, the creators have studio executives preventing them from doing stuff. Like Korra, they wanted to do lesbian couples since season 1, but Nick wouldn't let them till the last second at the very end of the series, or for example, for lesbian Velma in the one Scooby-Doo show. Yeah. Stop, chat. Not you, his chat. His chat's awful.
Underlies The Matrix is actually not a new one. It's a very old one. And it really is, how do I know what I know? How do I know what I know is real? And the answer is, you don't. You are relying on your senses. And if you happen to be like a brain in a vat, and computer electrodes and whatever were connected up to the various sensory receptors in your brain, not the organs themselves, you wouldn't have any senses, but just made your brain think that you had sensory organs, and the information that sensory organs was given to you by a computer, you'd think you were operating in the real world, and you'd have no real way to prove it unless you could find what we can, I suppose, term glitches in the Matrix, like deja vu as a cat walks past twice and things like this. That's why it's such a good film. It was a really well packaged version of that philosophical conundrum, and the exploration of what the real world could be was really interesting. I noticed the BBC said that they were aliens, but no, I believe they were machines, and they'd fought, they'd taken over the world, and they were using humans as batteries, basically. I don't know how feasible that is, but, who cares? It doesn't matter,
It's not feasible. Thermodynamics basically says that would not work, Sargon.
Let's see.
I think the original idea was that the human brain was going to be used as a processor for the computers, but the studio made them change it to batteries because they didn't think people would understand what a processor was. Again, the movie came out in the year 2000 or 1999, so...
It's the thought-provoking nature of the film that's interesting, the scientific validity of machines that have enslaved humanity. But that was why it was so good. It was a good presentation of an old theme that was done really well, and it had some really... I'm not like some sort of camera techie guy or anything, but it had some amazing action and really innovative camera techniques. You'll see the bullet time stuff that the Matrix popularized, and the kind of aesthetic of it was really different because, in the 90s, I would generally describe the aesthetic of the 90s as something like a cross between Top Gun and Saved by the Bell, right? Everything was kind of clean cut and wholesome, and looking back, I deeply miss it. But the good thing about the Matrix, and as you can see from the picture we've got up, is that it's aged really well. It still looks classy and edgy and...
Oh God, Carl, no. This has nothing to do with the transphobia that's probably going to transpire in this video, but who looks at... Oh no. Who looks at the Matrix and goes, oh yes, classy. Look how classy they are and how edgy. I've seen people make fun of how edgy they're trying to be, but like... long black trench coats, leather and sunglasses. Classy. Oh no, Carl, no. It is not aged well. Please stop. He did not hang out in the same 90s that I did. All the grunge, yeah. The Matrix aesthetic has not aged well.
Interesting and futuristic, which is difficult for things to do. Demolition Man didn't age nearly this well, and really RoboCop and all these sort of things.
Why is Demolition Man your go-to? And why RoboCop? RoboCop came out like a decade earlier. Of course it didn't age as well. I'd imagine in the 2030s, The Matrix is going to age even worse. And even then, The Matrix more or less takes place mostly in what appears to be the present of when it happened, the world of the Matrix, which is supposed to be in like the 90s, even though of course it is the future and people don't know it. Like when they're on the Nebuchadnezzar and stuff, they're just in like, ragtag, put together crappy clothes because it's the apocalypse basically. So of course that's going to age relatively well because things look kind of dirty and grungy. They're kind of trying to repair things as they go. Like that ages relatively well. This did not age well.
The Ed 209 in RoboCop just looks awful. And I remember watching RoboCop when I was really quite young.
I don't know about that one. I think Ed 209 has aged better than The Matrix. Because The Matrix is like a style of fashion. It's like, ooh, look at us, we're so edgy in our leather trench coats. The Ed 209, if we made some sort of autonomous land-walking military vehicle today... I don't think it would look that off from this, right? Like, it just looks like a tank with legs. I don't think this is aged more poorly than The Matrix. It's gonna be an opinion, though, obviously. Even in, here's the Ed 209, I think, from the remake. Even that, it maintained more or less the same structure. The aesthetic was a little bit different, but, like, I don't think it's that out of place, It just looks like military hardware. It's matte, it's metal, it's got thick panels on it. I think that looks better than The Matrix in terms of datedness.
I don't recall noticing how bad the special effects
are. Yeah, Ed 209 when it moved was stop motion.
Ed 209. But The Matrix hasn't aged badly at all. It's not brilliant. It's not perfect. Like, you can, when you rewatch it, you can see that the shadows in the reflection in Morpheus's glasses is put on artificially. It's not done from the real camera. But I mean, you would expect, but it's that you can tell, if you look back on it now with modern eyes. But they're really small things, really, and the overall execution of the film was light years ahead of anything else at the time, and it was really, really interesting. And I was in my first year of uni when this came out, and it was viral. Everyone was captivated by it, and I totally understood why. But yeah, so the concept of the red pill and the blue pill are, again, epic concepts. They're the sort of concepts that can apply to anything. Why? Pill being told comforting lies, as Cypher chose when he decided to go back into the Matrix, because at the end of the day, he doesn't know he's not eating a steak, does he? And you think, well, that's a good argument, isn't it? He doesn't. Well, if you don't know, what difference does it make? You may as well be eating that steak if you think you are eating that steak, because that's all you've got to go on anyway, really, is the patterning in your brain and the reactions in your brain. So and that looked like a good-looking steak, so I can understand why he was like, no, I'm going back in. Life on the outside is awful, because it does look awful. And I'll just set me up as someone successful, and I'll live out a happy life in a digitally created fantasy world. But the Matrix itself, as a film, is a really well executed film, and the allegory in it is not a new one, and it's just a very well executed one.
Sure.
But this is, I guess, what they would say surface level interpretations.
Yeah.
And I think we do have to take the question of whether it is an allegory of transgenderism specifically seriously, given how the Wachowski brothers, who are the directors of it, are now the Wachowski sisters. They have both transitioned. The first one in 2012, Lana Wachowski, transitioned in 2012, and Lily Wachowski transitioned in 2016. So I think it would be quite foolish to say, no, there's absolutely no chance of this being a trans film. There's bound to be, right? It's come out of the minds of two transgender people, and Lily Wachowski describes it as a closeted...
At least he's, naming them correctly. That's good.
...film, which I find interesting, because, I think that's probably true, right? There's probably some truth to that. And there is a bit of... I don't want to just call it gender bending, because it sounds dismissive or, irrational almost, but there's definitely... sorry, I'm going to blow my nose. We've got an unbelievable heat wave here at the moment. It's driving my hay fever nuts. But yeah, so there's gender ambiguity in it. Trinity isn't the most ladylike of ladies.
Oh my god.
You've got a couple of...
That's not part of the trans narrative in The Matrix, just because she has short hair, Sargon. My god.
I can't remember the names of them, but supporting characters.
Out of all the characters he could have picked, Switch, who was the one that was going to be trans in the original script. But no, he picks just a lady who has short hair. My god. Yeah, at least he's not dead naming, I agree.
There's a woman with short blonde hair that gets killed. And a few other sort of supporting characters who nobody else cares about, but...
Women with short hair or pixie cuts are apparently all trans now. Good to know.
Have been widely reported on and expanded in the lore afterwards. Because why not? There's just something there. But yeah, so this is something I think we have to take seriously, and I don't think that they're wrong.
He took a thumb hit on camera?
Or after else.
Where?
Of the
was it when he blew his nose? You have
We've got an unbelievable heap.
I literally didn't see anything there that implies that, and I'm pretty sure Sargon does coke, but I have no evidence to that.
I figured we'd take this as a fairly easygoing stream, so we wouldn't pile on too hard, and just be a nice, relaxing Saturday evening stream where we just chill out and enjoy some post hoc rationalizations and some real goddamn stretches. As Aya says, it's so annoying to having people think you're a right-wing partisan because you keep pointing out how the left is demonstrably going insane and violent. Yeah, well, I mean, the question really is, do you hate the communists or do you hate the Republicans?
Republicans, definitely.
And I don't hate the Republicans, but I do despise what the communists want.
Oh no, a society where people aren't taken advantage of by their bosses. Can't have that.
I can't agree with it. Orwell's Timple Magabini says, man, my weekly readings for class were postmodernism. A subset of my suicide red pilling of my future students will be to leave my class thinking postmodernism is being wise and doing it. From what you credible. Harrian says, I have to think on more. Another person says, we need to anymore. It's going to be really... well,
read the article. I don't want to hear about your shitty
it's
chat.
4 years ago now. Both of the Wachowski sisters were transgender, but it's about 13 years and 17 years, respectively, after the release of The Matrix. So if I think that if they are going to say that The Matrix is a transgender film, I do agree that it has to really be considered to be closeted. And I don't think
sure,
that you can
it's subtext,
erase...
Carl. Do you understand how subtext in film works? And again, it's not like there's one objective interpretation. That's not what's being said. What they're talking about here specifically is like authorial intent. They're talking about the fact that these two transgender women put these themes in the movie, and when they did so, they were specifically thinking about their struggle with their gender identities. Right? That doesn't mean you can't have a different interpretation. If you think that the red pill is about some other bullshit, great. Good for you. No one's saying you can't have that interpretation, but it can be helpful to be like, here's why the author authored this the way they did. And that's what they're talking about when they're talking about transgender themes in The Matrix.
The brain in a vat analogy from it either. It's got to be tied into that too. What do we have? This is just a statement on being transgender. So I read about half the statement and it was boring me because essentially what it was a very rich and famous film director finds a way to call themselves oppressed. It's okay. Well, I'm sorry that you're trapped in the wrong body with millions of dollars. I guess I'm glad that I'm not.
Yeah, you're just a douchebag with almost $1 million.
So, let's have a look at some of the arguments. Now, the arguments for The Matrix being a transgender film are actually not new ones. These are actually, they don't go back too far. I've got, 2019 and, what was this one? 2019. But the Vulture one I've got here is the first one, back in...
I would think there'd be articles at least discussing it going back at least to when Lily Wachowski came out. Because obviously, you know, someone who directed and wrote The Matrix, which is a story about sort of coming to terms with reality being discongruent with, you know, what you're seeing every day... Seems like people are going to be like, oh, was this related? You know, is you being trans related to some of the themes in The Matrix? I'm sure it came out, you know, sometime at least post-2014 when Lily came out.
February. And given that both the Wachowski sisters have transitioned, my lawyer tells me I'm legally obligated to use the term. Watch out before you jump down my throat. No, I'm joking, by the way. That's not true. That was just a joke. But yeah, I interrupted myself. Now I can't remember what I was going to say. But anyway, let's see what their argument is. It's not surprising that they're like, right, okay, we're going to have to impose our ideology on The Matrix because we need to essentially welcome these filmmakers into the fold. I mean, why wouldn't you want prestigious films like The Matrix as part of your ideological activism? You of course would. That's what.
Sargon, it is what it is. Like, this isn't about some strategic move to turn The Matrix into an exclusively trans film. If you read different things into The Matrix, that's fine. What we're talking about here is the specific themes and ideas that were written into it by the authors. That's a different conversation than how you perceive those themes. If you see other things in those themes, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But it makes sense to say, okay, the directors and writers of this movie are trans. So, It makes sense. Let's read this as a trans narrative, because they've even said that a lot of these themes and ideas come from that underlying issues they were having at the time about their gender identity. It makes sense to read the film that way.
A lot of other people use the red pill, blue pill metaphor. It is a valid one. But trans women have
Dark Art
claimed the
Zero,
Matrix
thanks for
as an
following.
allegory for gender transition since at least 2012, when Lana Wachowski publicly came out as a trans woman while doing press for the film Cloud Atlas. The symbolism is easy to find. Thomas Anderson's double life, he's a hacker by night, and his chosen name Neo, and his vague but maddening sense that something is off about the world, a splinter in your mind, Morpheus calls it. Neo has dysphoria.
Did I ever see the Wachowski sisters Netflix series? Don't remember what it's called, but I think it's relevant to the discussion. Yeah, Sense8. Baja Blast was a big fan of Sense8 and had me watch it. And it's really good. Check out Sense8. There's one of the premise of Sense8 is basically there are these things called clusters where there's like 8 people who are all mentally connected from all around the world, and there are different people who are Sense8s, and each has a different cluster, all of 8 different people, and they can like sort of share abilities with each other and like kind of take control of the other's body. So one of them's like, you know, a martial arts expert, and the other one is like a hacker, and so, you know, they pool their abilities, basically. It's a good show. And one of the main characters in that show is a trans woman. So it's really interesting. Check it out.
And the Matrix is the gender binary. The agents of transphobia, you get it.
Right. Yeah. Yep.
This is why I'm like, okay, I'm not going to say there's no subtext to it that's not this. But every application of what they're trying to put onto it post hoc just seems kind of...
It's not post hoc, Sargon. Even though they weren't out about it at the time, they were still trans in the year 1999 when they made the movie.
Desperate. I mean, if Neo has dysphoria, why does he never appear as a woman?
Because Warner Brothers didn't want any of this transgender stuff in their movie. There was going to be a trans character and they got removed, right? And again, subtext is subtext, right? It would be like, you know, the episode of Star Trek where there's the species that's half black and half white, and then the other half of the species is sort of has the colors switched. And it's clearly an allegory for racism. And they hate each other because their colors are on the wrong side. It would be like Sargon being like, "Oh, silly liberals, you think that this story is about racism? If this story is about racism, why doesn't a black person show up?" Like, because it's an allegory, Sargon. Allegories don't necessarily just straight up show you the thing. Then it ceases being subtext and starts just being text, right?
Whereas there is like one of the, I think it's the blonde-haired woman, or one of the you know, the NPCs who jump into the Matrix with them, actually apparently does come in as a man and not a woman. So.
Okay, so you recognize that, Sargon. You recognize that that was something that was in the script, and then Warner Brothers took it out of the movie. I think it was the character named Switch. Let me look for sure. Switch Matrix. Yeah, it was Switch. And it was more obvious in the original script, or I don't even know if they shot it. But basically, Switch was going to be transgender, but it was the year 1999, and Warner Brother was like, no, not in our movie. Get that shit out of here. So again, just because Neo himself is not literally a trans woman doesn't mean that his journey doesn't mirror that same journey, right? That's how allegory works. It's like, imagine if someone, you know, is working theirself to the bone, and they're not, you know, they're not taking any breaks, and they're just burning themselves out, and someone goes like, slow and steady wins the race, like the tortoise and the hare, and Sargon steps in and goes, silly liberals, there is no rabbit or turtle here. Like, yeah, it's a fucking allegory, idiot. Cotton Candy 903 with 50 bits. It's the same as how Animal Farm is an allegory for the rise of communism in the Soviet Union. Yep.
Like I said, there's probably is some trans messaging in there. But why would it not actually... I mean, you can't really say Neo has dysphoria.
You can, because he literally has discomfort with the reality around him. Hold on, Ask Compu says, actually, that's another thing. He only seems to think male to female exists here and seems to ignore female to male. True. And actual Jake, hi, says, Sargon should have named Neo Tran if he wanted your message to be clear. Yeah. Sargon's very strange.
If Neo doesn't transition.
He does, though, Sargon. It's a fucking metaphor. Sargon, what's his name? Morpheus is like, you know something is wrong. I'm not doing this verbatim. I haven't seen The Matrix in a while. You know something is wrong about the world. You feel it. You sense it. You wake up and you know it. Whatever. That's mirroring the experience of a trans individual. They aren't literally talking about it as a trans, like, character, because that's how allegory works, and Warner Brothers wouldn't let a side character be trans in 1999, much less the star of the movie.
Right? He seems to be a straight white man throughout the entire trilogy. It seems more that
I'm watching The Twilight Zone, and people say this episode is about not seeing people for being ugly, but they're all pig-faced people, so this doesn't count. Where are all the normal people?
It was about casting him as a Jesus-style figure, doesn't it? Like a kind of Superman savior for the Matrix, and like in the other two.
Let me see if I can find more examples to make fun of Sargon for. Famous allegory episodes. Let me see if I don't even know if that's allegory in fiction. TV tropes. Here we go. Let me see if we can find films. Star Wars, the prequel trilogy, especially Revenge of the Sith, is an allegory for the Nazis' rise to power. Chancellor Palpatine being Hitler, and Obi-Wan and Anakin being Goring brothers, with the latter also representing all Germans. But wait a minute, silly liberals. There are no National Socialists from 1930s Germany in the Star Wars. What are you talking about? If you wanted the Empire to be Nazis, why weren't they wearing swastikas? Snorts cocaine.
Films which I don't really want to talk about because they were shit.
Wait, he thinks the fascist government and Starship Troopers are the good guys? Oh no, Sargon, you fucking idiot. Does he not know it's directed by Paul Verhoeven and that he's making fun of fascism? Holy shit.
It definitely seems that they were more going for the Jesus Christ Savior metaphor than the metaphor of Neo is trans. The Matrix is the gender binary. Well, you could frame that. I can buy that. You can say that you know, if you were adopting the trans position, you could say, well, we're programmed
adopting the trans position. What the fuck does that mean? You mean the authorial intent? The authorial intent? Is that what the word you're trying to say there?
Except that there are two genders and there can't be anything else, and there's no switching between them. These are hard-coded. And
that would be an incorrect worldview. That would be factually incorrect. I know this. Do you know how I know this? Because I am trans, Sargon.
There are people with something called gender dysphoria who...
Correct?
Do have a problem in this regard. So you could say that that's the case. That could be a fair analogization of it. And the agents are transphobia. Okay, yeah, I can see that too. You know,
See, I would put more the agents as sort of social expectations. You know what I mean? You see this, for instance, when Agent Smith refuses to call Neo by his preferred name, Neo, right? He continually calls him Mr. Anderson. And that's sort of not necessarily dysphoria embodied. And again, this is going to depend on who you ask. You can, you know, say different things are different things. This is how interpretation of film works. But it seems to me it's like social expectations, which you could say embodies dysphoria, but it seems to me that it's more like people imposing these social expectations on you that you don't feel fit you and that trigger your dysphoria in general. They are the system. They are, like, cis heteronormativity embodied rather than dysphoria itself. Could be wrong, though. I don't know. Just my feeling. Ask Compu says, Sargon needs to stop hogging all the wrongness, leave some from other people. And Cotton Candy 903 says, this is so aggravating.
When they say transphobia, what they mean is the policing mechanisms of the thing to prevent people from, jumping out of the system. But the thing is, that's such a broad reading of the world of the Matrix, right? You've got to you could apply that to almost anything.
And you're free to do so. If you apply, like, death of the author to a text, that's fine. But that's not what's being talked about here. It's talking about authorial intent in terms of the Wachowski sisters, 2 trans women who wrote and directed the movie, right?
You could apply... What you're talking about is just a description of a system. And then applying that to anything. Do
you understand how reading text works, Sargon? Even when you're not talking about authorial intent, if you read something into, like, I don't know, Lord of the Rings as a narrative about, like, World War II or something, and I think some people have claimed, like, they asked Tolkien while he was still alive, is Lotor about World War II? And I think he said something about, like, I find allegory detestable. But I think he also said, if you want to read that into it, that's fine, but don't assume that I've put it there, right? So, you can read things into a film, and that's what the different sort of ways of analyzing film are for, right? Whether you're looking at things through a feminist film critique theory, or like critical race theory, or auteur theory, you can apply all sorts of different readings to a text. None are necessarily the correct one. Specifically here, though, we're talking about the fact that the 2 directors and writers are trans women. So what does that mean when we read The Matrix from that lens? That's what it's about. No one's telling you can't read whatever you want into The Matrix. I don't care. Like, it's a movie. It's a piece of art. Read whatever you want into it. But when you're talking about authorial intent, you have to broach the subject of the transness of the people who made it.
You could probably apply this to working in a warehouse. It's like, I don't have to work in a warehouse. I could do something else, but my boss is an agent who's trying to get me to not quit working at the warehouse because he needs my work. You really could apply this very, very broadly. But this is where they've kind of got us on this one, right? And then there's the red pill itself. Less a metaphor for hormone therapy than a literal hormone. Many have pointed out online that back in the 90s, prescription estrogen was in fact red.
That's interesting, because the estrogen I take is blue, so I take the blue pill every day.
Okay, yeah, derived in Matrix-like fashion from the...
Actually, that's untrue. I actually got a different brand now that isn't even the blue, like, ovular one. Now I just have a circular white estrogen pill. I don't know why they switched, but, like, it's the same thing. It's just, I think, from a different manufacturer. But a lot of current estrogen meds are those blue, like, ovular pills. Estrogen pill. Yeah, so this is the one I used to take. Looks like this. It's a blue pill. And then I think I'm taking more of the white one now. It's not exactly this, but now I'm taking a white one. Let me see if I can find ones from the 90s. Estrogen pill. 90s? Is that a thing that's going to come up? Oh, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Look at Premarin, a 90s estrogen pill, and they're like red pills that are like the exact same thing as from the Matrix. Holy shit. They're like even the same shape. Oh, interesting. Look at that.
Urine of pregnant mares. Oh, that sounds delicious. Came in a smooth chocolatey marine. Twitter users now gleefully brandish this fact as well. Actually, tip style rejoined as the alt-right's recent co-option.
Sargon, are you seriously making fun of the actually fedora tippers when that's entirely your brand? Like, what? Not the most self-aware individuals. Apparently cocaine blocks your brain's ability to self-reflect.
Of the red pill scene as a parable for awakening from feminist brainwash.
Because this whole stream is like, someone saying like, hey, the Wachowski sisters are trans, so let's read The Matrix as a trans narrative, and him being like, where's my glasses? I gotta use the Bones glasses for this. Actually, you can read a lot of things into a film. Actually, yeah, we know, Sargon, but that's not what we're doing right now.
Well, it is a parable from awakening from any brainwashing. It could be the brainwashing into the gender binary, or it could be feminists saying that women are most affected when in fact women are not most affected. You know, you can use it as a parable for any kind of awakening from a set of lies, because that's what it is. You know, it doesn't have to be any one.
It's weird that Sargon is saying that reading the Matrix as a trans narrative is too broad, but saying it's just a narrative about opening your eyes is somehow not broad. Saying it's a trans narrative is being very specific in how you're reading it. Saying it's just about, like, awakening to the reality of the world, that's a broad reading. What does he think broad reading means?
One particular thing. But,
does Carl actually do coke? I have no evidence for this. Let me just say that.
That's right.
None of this is evidenced. I'm not claiming Carl actively does coke. I'm not looking for a fucking lawsuit. Don't spread this like it's a real thing. Boney Jones XX, thanks for following. Carl Benjamin. Cocaine.
Funny about the tools of capitalism.
Ask Compu, he does coke in Minecraft. I don't know. There have been things that have sort of...
There's a lot of good points in it, mostly focusing on how...
Like, hey, I've never snorted cocaine. I've never had the want to snort cocaine. Any sort of upper sounds awful to me, considering I'm already way up here all the time in terms of whatever. But look at him.
There's
look
a
at
lot
this.
of good points in it.
He goes
mostly
off
focusing
screen and like
on how,
and then he does that.
How human communicate.
Again, none of that's proof, but you know, take it as you will.
And I stress this because that's the general thrust of what's happening here. They are trying to say this is ours and not yours, as in you can't apply your narratives.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Sargon, do you understand how different readings work? They're talking about authorial intent, and they're also talking about just reading it as a trans narrative, specifically because of the authors. You can still read whatever you want into it, who cares?
And your experiences to the narrative of the Matrix and draw meaning from it. You're not allowed to do that. The only meaning that it is now valid to draw from the Matrix...
Literally no one has said this. Sargon is such a fucking victim constantly. He's like, wait a minute, they're saying you can read into this as a trans narrative? They're telling me I can't read into mine! Jesus, Sargon. No, that's not what anyone is saying.
Is our trans narrative. And I don't agree. I agree that there could well be a trans narrative to it. But I also think that there are other things. And thankfully, I think Lily Wachowski said as much. We'll go through more in a minute. But anyway, see, this one thing, there's something to this kind of reclamation. See my point? They don't want you to have it. They want
no one is telling you not to like The Matrix or to read your own themes into it. Why are you victimizing yourself when no one is telling you you can't do this? He's just like, what can I be mad about today? Well, these people are reading The Matrix as a trans narrative. Well, I better pretend that they're telling me I can't have my own reading now.
It's jealously guarded against you. This is ours and not yours. Go away, normal, you know? It's like, sorry, it's a
Thrash
film,
Mio with 100 bits. They're trying to take our
this
red pill away.
This was even walking, you know? Like, how old is the person who wrote this, you know?
Would it matter? Do I need to be as old as, like, Tolkien to do a critical reading of Lord of the Rings? That's not how anything works, Sargon, you fucking boomer. You don't get to say, well, I was there on opening night. I have the true... No. Anyone can read any text and apply some sort of reading to it.
Taken seriously, it suggests that the Red Pillar's present resentment of immigrants, black people, and queers What? Jesus. I thought we were talking about the Matrix.
They're talking about people like you, Sargon, and how MGTOW people, or incels, will use the red pill as an allegory for waking up to what they deem to be reality, and that reality is often incredibly sexist, xenophobic, homophobic, all those sorts of things.
But right, okay. So now, right, okay, calm down.
Calm down. Sargon, they're calm. They're pointing out your position. I'm sorry that you're embarrassed by the people on your side, but here we are.
And this is no metaphor, a sadistic expression of his own gender dysphoria.
Apparently there's a link. 1 second, let me see what this link is. I don't want to get DMCA'd for that.
I'm glad that it did.
Oh, that's the Wachowski sister.
He is, after all, an abortive man, a beta trapped in an alpha's body. Oh, man. If you're a beta, you're no longer a man. The only men that really exist are like hulking alphas.
I mean, I've literally covered MGTOWs often on this channel who espouse that worldview. I agree, it's funny and it's ridiculous, but like, yeah, these people out here on the internet, they believe that shit, and they use the red pill as an allegory for it.
Man, that's rough. That's rough. That's pretty high standard, man. I mean, I'm all for enforcing a gender binary, but I mean,
imagine saying that unironically and not thinking you're a shitbag. I'm all for telling people who they can and can't be based upon the genitals they're born with. Great. Thanks, Sargon.
You could soften your standards a bit, you know? But anyway, we're strawmanning our opponents. I'm not trying to. I'm trying to steelman my opponents, which is why I have to concede that, yes,
you've never steelmanned your opponent ever, Sargon. Stop. And they're not strawmanning you. Literally, incels and MGTOW people use the term red pill to describe their worldview that women are shit and that all men are either alphas or betas, right? This is shit that exists online in right-wing cesspits. I cover them all the time.
Film made by two transgender people probably does have some, at least unconscious, underlying trans messaging in it.
I don't think it's super unconscious.
But anyway,
some of it might be, but I think it was pretty intentional.
President, but his greatest fear is that they are mistaken. He radicalizes, shoots up a school, builds all... What the fuck are you talking about? In order to avoid transitioning. The way some closeted trans women join the military in order to get the girl beaten out of them. What the fuck are you talking about? This is... Are they trying to describe what the sort of...
As Compu says, the two genders, steel man and straw man.
Pretty extreme. But let's face it, allegorically is the least interesting way to read anything.
What?
No, that's the interesting bit, because otherwise we just have the literal interpretation. And literally, I don't think that a guy called Morpheus...
Yeah, I agree. That's a stupid line from the article.
Red-pilled a guy called Neo. Nothing ruins a question like an answer. The world is weird in that. Consider, for instance, the comedy or... Yeah, shut up.
What? Boy, oh boy, Sargon. What substantive fucking commentary. Reading the article. Shut up, article. Okay, then don't read it. Why are you doing the stream? What are we here for, Sargon?
That's literally it, isn't it? So... Talking about the lozenge, I take a blue pill twice a day once in the morning, and then once before back to bed before sending myself back into the dream. In this version of the story, the hidden trans woman is not Neo but Cypher, the Nebuchadnezzar's own Judas, who agrees to hand over Morpheus. Now, so let's look at our trans allegory then. If the agents are transphobia, they're agents of transphobia. The gender binary is the Matrix. Then. What is Morpheus? Cypher, sorry, a detransitioner. I can only...
Not necessarily. I think it's more that Cypher is a trans person, if you're going to read it from this lens. Cypher is basically someone who has recognized that they have this dysphoria, but instead of transitioning, they're going to hide it and decide to live their lives in the lie anyway, because they think it'll be easier for them. You see this in his scene where he's talking about, like, this steak tastes real, and it tastes real enough to me, and that's good. Because, again, staying in the closet, in a lot of ways, can be easier for trans people. I absolutely recognize that. But that doesn't make it good or better for you, right? So that's more the allegory there. It's that Cypher is basically denying the fact that as a trans person, again with this reading, that the best thing for them could be to transition, but instead is to go on living the lie. Ask Compu with some sort of something. Hold on. Men and women, hi, welcome to Chili's. The two genders. Holy shit. That's good. That's good.
Issue. I mean, she's not TERF, is she? So, yeah, it must be a detransitioner. I mean, I'm surprised that they didn't call the agents, instead of just calling them transphobia, I'm surprised they didn't call them TERFs. Some people who are enforcing the gender binary. Because TERFs need to...
Well, TERFs aren't the only people who enforce the gender binary, so...
Enforce the gender binary. If woman doesn't have a hard border against man, then the TERFs are lost. And so I'm genuinely surprised they left out that hit. They could have been punching that way. But yeah, so so Cypher is, I like the way they describe him as a Judas as well, as if he owes. You know, he didn't, well, maybe he did choose to come out of the Matrix. He did take the red pill of choice.
I mean, he is betraying his team and giving away, literally, again, Neo is basically an allegory for like a Jesus Christ figure as well. Turning him in to the machines, which are like almost demonic in how they look in these movies, you know, they're like weird squid robots and they're, you know, literally turning their Christ figure over to them in exchange for an easier life, for his 30 pieces of silver, as it were. So, yeah, it makes sense to compare him to Judas, considering that Neo is often compared to sort of a Jesus Christ figure. You see this in the first movie, in one of the first scenes. Like, Neo has a friend come over to the door, and Neo has some piece of hacker software that he hands him. And the guy's even like, thanks, Neo, you're my own personal Jesus Christ. Literally a quote from the movie, like, do you get it? So it makes sense to compare Cypher to Judas.
But yeah, so Cypher is a detransitioner who goes back into the gender binary. Who agrees to hand over Morpheus to the machines in exchange for being reinserted. Ignorance is bliss, he tells Agent Smith, full of juicy, non-existent steak. I don't remember nothing you understand. For to exit the Matrix is not to know the truth, but to discover the poverty of knowledge. Welcome to the desert of the real, Morpheus intones after Neo takes the red pill. There's a reason the real is a desert. What good is the truth if nothing grows there? The notion that gender was socially constructed instead of biological...
Oh shit, I clicked off it. Whoops. Oh, damn it, where were we?
Lost. And so I'm genuinely surprised they left out that. It's an empty wasteland. And you're like, yeah. Based. Like, what? That's not a preferable place to be. No wonder Cypher's like, no, just plug me back in, dude. I don't want to remember anything. Just plug me back in. It did this, perhaps, but only at the cost of the very categories into which we sought entry. Actually, that's a fair observation. As a good feminist, I know there's no such thing as a woman. As a woman, I resent this. Oh, a secret TERF wrote this. Right, okay.
No, it's talking about the inherent difficulties of navigating the world in which you are both a feminist with also having the recognition that our ideas of what makes a woman in the first place are sort of constricting. That isn't necessarily a TERF way of looking at things. I can understand that. Fourth wave feminism is a complicated thing, and that's not TERFy to necessarily say that. I get it.
I'm saying I don't want to remember nothing.
I feel this, and it's interesting too, even as a trans woman, that's something that you deal with, because on the one hand, I know I identify as a woman and I feel more comfortable identifying that way and outwardly presenting that way. I happen to be wearing, you know, sort of dude clothes today, but that's because I just started streaming after I got back from the store, and I'm still not super comfortable going out because I'm afraid of being assaulted. But, like, at the same time, I recognize that the idea of the gender binary that we currently have is flawed and doesn't really represent the truth of who people are. So on the one hand, you have this idea that I identify as this thing, as a woman, and on the other hand saying, what even is a woman, right? And that's complicated. It's something that everyone kind of has to work through on their own time and try and, like, understand how they're going to define these things, and even then understand that the way that you understand and define these things isn't necessarily going to be the same as everyone else around you, because they're complicated questions without specific answers. But that doesn't make her a TERF just because she's recognizing how complicated it is to identify as something and advocate for being someone in that group, while also recognizing that society's definitions of said groups are flawed.
I'm saying I don't want to remember nothing either. That's a better definition of reality. Most of the things we get to forget. See, I do find this interesting. As a topic, I find this interesting. Like, I wonder where they're trying to go with it. So, not terribly convinced by the overlay of the trans analogy on top of it. I think you can definitely draw out a kind of overall narrative of someone who is pretending to be something they're not, or feels like they're something they're not, and they can't quite shake the feeling that they are, and then they go down this rabbit hole, literally following a white rabbit, in order to discover the truth about the real world, the real them. So it turns out that they're not, in fact, you know, Mr. Anderson. They are, in fact, Neo, the transgender person. I kind of feel there's a bit of a kind of wrong reverse, a sort of wrong assignment of roles to the role of the pill, though, because the red pill is taking away that which has been constructed around you.
Correct. That being, in the case of how the Vulture article described it, the gender binary. If you're saying that the red pill is basically an allegory for transitioning, it is removing you from the construction of the gender binary that you have been placed in from your birth, right?
Not changing things to represent a new kind of reality.
No, I think you're misunderstanding. Basically what's being said here, and I'm just repeating myself at this point, but I think it's worth saying just in case someone sees this and doesn't understand what I'm saying. What we are saying is that inherently what we are assigned at birth in terms of gender, right? Obviously most people are assigned at birth the gender that matches their sex. So, for instance, when I was born, obviously applied the gender label of male to me and had all those expectations, all things that are basically manufactured, because the things that we apply to the different genders, like, they're more or less artificial. There's nothing that says, like, women, like, behave this way, men behave this way, outside of, like, certain things like hormones that cause behavioral stuff, or expectations for them. Like, look at society and how we've changed our expectations of what women could do between now and like 100 years ago. Women used to only be considered like caregivers and whatever. That was a gender expectation. Caregivers, mothers, wives. That was a gender expectation, and men were expected to go out and be the breadwinners. That was a gender expectation for them. But go to today, and we see that these things were basically constructed, you know? Women can go out and have really fulfilling careers and be excellent in their field of work. The same thing applies to a lot of the stuff we tie to gender in society, and taking the red pill, deciding to transition, is effectively saying the shackles that were placed on me by the gender I was assigned at birth, and all the artificial constructed things that go along with that, I am denying that false reality and accepting the true reality that I am going to be who I am, right? So that's what it is.
You know,
Archangel 13579, thank you for subscribing.
Then, if you want to, so we're taking red estrogen pills, therefore the red pill is a trans thing. So yeah, but if you don't take these, then the process reverses itself and you go back to your biological state. Whereas the Matrix itself is an artificial state. You don't accidentally return into. You've got to go to great pains, as Cypher's doing, to try and get back in there. So I don't think the analogy quite matches up on that degree. But, you know...
I'd like you to find one single allegory in the history of allegories that one-to-one works.
It's fine. I don't care. You know, that's not a big deal. But I think that this is all being applied post hoc, and it's a bit of a stretch in some parts. But I
disagree. I hard disagree on that one. Something about Alex Jones.
Well, the past, I've been coming here since I was in high school and college, and now you guys use your COVID hoax to like set a checkpoint up so you can take over the parks and start charging. It's unconstitutional. This is not even a city ordinance. This is a illegal power grab of the people's greenbelt, and it's time to free Austin. So are you guys volunteers for City Austin? Who are you, masked man?
I'm a lifeguard for Barton Springs.
You're a lifeguard for Barton Springs, now part of the criminal power grab. This is outrageous criminal activity. This is the seizure of the infrastructure of Austin. It is all color of law garbage. My wife came here this morning when you cult member Kooks showed up here, and you asked her, where's her reservation? Her reservation is that we live in a free country. We live in America. I call for everybody out there watching. The time for civil disobedience is here. I want this removed tonight. COVID-19 is a power grab hoax. COVID-19 is a scam. Is that your IQ? One finger? APD just did its job when a man came up sick and I go in here, and the APD told him, no, it's not enforceable. You can go.
So ridiculous.
I do agree that there's going to definitely be these subconscious intonations. Sorry. Oh, fuck's sake, man! For you guys in the chat, it's like, oh, there's coke. Yeah, I wish. Fucking heat wave here. Absolute heat wave. In fact, I have air conditioning. Why am I using it? It's because I'm too mean. That's what it is. What are your thoughts on the use of dark sunglasses? To me, it seems to be a method of showing characters as lacking humanity, being soulless machines by obscuring the eyes. The development of the internet, the X-Files, the W's. Oh, this is like the first film with the feel. The coronavirus panic seems to have set.
I'm going to get to the part where he watches one of the Wachowski sisters' videos. I'm curious what he has to say about it.
Movie directed by two Matrix recently was all for transformation, but it was coming from a closeted point of view. Should we watch this? It's 4 minutes long. I watched that earlier.
Hello, Lily Wachowski here. I'm glad that people are talking about the movies, the Matrix movies, with a trans narrative. I love that how meaningful.
After that, can we Doyle? I might be done after this video. I've been going for 3 hours, 20 minutes so far. Although, did I put John Doyle in the title of this? If so, then yeah, we'll do some Doyle. If I put it in the title, I should do it. Let me see what it says. John Doyle. Oh, God, I did. Well, yeah, we'll do John Doyle after we're done with this. Sorry, I forgot I put him in the title, much less put him in the title first.
Films are to trans people in the way that they come up to me and say, these movies saved my life, because when you talk about transformation, specifically in the world of science fiction, which is just about imagination, it's like, and world building, and like the idea of the seemingly impossible becoming possible, I think is like, that's why it speaks to them so much. And I'm grateful that I can be a part, throwing them a rope to help them along their journey. I'm glad that it has gotten out that, that was the original intention, but the world was...
See, I'm not sure I believe it was the original intention.
Why?
So
They're two trans women. Why would you not believe that? Like, what? Not only are they two trans women, one of them is literally telling you that that's the case. What reason do you have to believe that this isn't the case, Carl? And again, this isn't stopping you from reading whatever you want into it. If you want to read, you know, The Matrix as an allegory for something else, if you want to read it as an allegory for breaking through the liberal agenda, or whatever right-wing thing you want to read into it, I don't really care. You're allowed to do that. That's how reading of text works. You can read whatever you want into it. But it doesn't change the fact that it was directed and written by 2 trans women. So of course it makes sense that it's going to be about that.
With the film that would have actually rounded out that statement that wasn't done. So I find myself very dubious about that. That before they realized they were trans, they were like, yeah, we're going to...
Oh, God. Carl. They probably knew long before they came out. I don't know how to tell you this, Carl, but trans people know this shit before they come out. That's the reality. It's not like trans people are like, wait a minute, I'm trans, and then they come out that same day. That's not how shit works. It can take years and years and years. I say this from experience of lying to yourself and, like, trying to cope and deciding, you know, no, I can pretend and do whatever for the rest of my life because it's easier. Like, they probably knew, Carl.
I'm going to make a trans film. Yeah, I'm not buying it. I'm totally on board with the post hoc. Well, looking back, it's a closeted film, you know, because we were closeted. Fine, makes perfect sense. But say that was the intention all along, sorry.
Wasn't quite ready at a corporate level. The corporate world wasn't ready for it. So when you make movies and it's this public art form, I think any kind of art that you put out into the universe, there's a letting go process, because it's entering into like public dialogue. I like that.
And that's true. I think that's a very true point. You know, this is the thing. Like they're not going to be able to have a hegemonic narrative about a film.
Right, and she's agreeing with you, Carl. That's what I don't get. I don't even understand why you made that stream. Like, everyone is agreeing with you. If you want to read a text differently than the authorial intent, you're free to do so. In fact, most readings of most texts at this point don't consider authorial intent. It's an interesting thing to know what the author intended, or if there were any themes that were intentional, but it's far from necessary to reading a text, and no one is telling you otherwise.
That's just the fact of it.
There's like an evolution process that we as human beings...
But yeah, in the chat, yeah, you, the viewer, were always trans. Yeah, I know. The J.K. Rowling stuff was just so dumb. It's like his
Sargon's realizing that no one's disagreeing with him and it's making him look like a jackass, so he's going to change the subject and rally about J.K. Rowling to make, like, don't ignore the fact that everything I've said for the past hour is completely pointless because she's agreeing with me. Let me talk about J.K. Rowling. Like, come on, dude, be less obvious. I want to play
some stuff that was never alluded to in the books and makes absolutely no difference to the plots, but it just really...
The gay stuff of Dumbledore was alluded to somewhat in the later books with the whole, like, mentioning of the Grindelwald relationship. A lot of the other stuff that J.K. Rowling has said since, yeah, I'd agree with you, but I think of all things to bitch about, the Dumbledore gay thing is the weirdest.
Ties in with weird gay politics. It's like, okay, that's cringe. Don't need to know. Don't explain your product. Don't explain your universal story after the fact. Just give me the thing. Let me figure it out for myself.
Do you feel the same way about George Lucas and all the shit he said about Star Wars since the 70s? Because there's a lot of it.
Engage in art in a non-linear way. That we can always, like, talk about something in new ways and in new light. We had, you know, the Matrix stuff was all like about the desire for transformation, but it was all coming from a closeted point of view. And so we had the character.
And she's even saying the thing that he's like, she should just say this. And she's like, yeah, this is from a closeted point of view. Like, Carl, everything you're saying and you're bitching about no one's disagreeing with you. I don't even understand why you made this live stream.
Character of Switch, who was like a character who would be, you know, a
That's
man
what I'm talking
in the real world, and then a woman in the Matrix, and you know, that's both where where our headspaces were. I don't know how present my transness was in the background of my brain as we were writing it, but it all came from the same sort of fire that I'm talking about. And because trans people exist in this, especially for me and Lana, you know, we were existing in this space where the words didn't exist, so we were always living in a world of imagination. It's why I gravitated towards science fiction and fantasy, and, you know, played Dungeons and Dragons. It was all about
Man, I want to play a
worlds.
D&D
And
game where the
so,
Wachowskis
I
are the DMs. That'd probably be rad as fuck.
It freed us up as filmmakers because we were able to imagine stuff at that time that you didn't necessarily see on screen. Or even the idea of like, how can we exist in as many genres as possible? One of our things that we really enjoyed doing was like sort of genre bending, where you would have stuff that felt like kung fu movies and like anime and westerns. And then we always like loved this scene that Ned Beatty would do in this movie Network, where he would talk about the way the world was, and it was always from this like corporate hierarchical, you know, overlord structure. And so I think in our transness, we were always trying to, like, in queerness, like, incorporate as many things as possible. It's just like trying to...
So I was getting bored of listening to Lily there, so I was watching just the scenes as they were going past. I honestly can't believe how well The Matrix has aged. It's still cool.
Sargon, are you gonna talk about how she's, like, not disagreeing with you at all? And that, well, these things were there and they were in the closet and they didn't necessarily have the words to put them, you know, on the page? That those themes are prevalent in part due to that? But she also said, hey, it's out there in the public now, it's not mine, it's yours, and you can have whatever interpretation. Basically making this entire hour, 40-minute live stream pointless because you're bitching about something that no one told you you couldn't do. Are you just gonna ignore it and hope no one notices, you fucking idiot?
It's fine. You know, it's still, like, original. You know, it's still just really decent. But yes, that was Lily Wachowski claiming that...
That was Lily Wachowski completely blowing everything I've wasted your time saying for the last hour out of the fucking water, so...
Actually, it was always trans, even though we didn't know we were trans.
Yeah? Again, people who are in the closet and don't even necessarily understand that the word trans is what they are, still have those feelings and can put those feelings into art they make. But Sargon can't possibly be wrong. Of course.
So, how is The Matrix super trans? Writer Andrea Long-Chu, we went through this earlier, wasn't really very enlightening. Visual aesthetics teacher.
Oh, Sargon.
Audiences,
You're wasting everyone's time with this one. I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, I'm not going to waste any more of your time on that. So let's move on to John Doyle. Do a little bit of this. It's an hour long. We're not going to do the whole thing. But let's do a little bit, and then we're probably going to call it a night. Because I'm going for 3.5 hours. And if anyone wants to do, what did I want to say? Instead of doing bits, if you wanted to do Streamlabs donations, that'd be great. My account's in the negative by like $12.
There's been a lot,
and I don't get bits until I get paid from Twitch.
Talk recently.
Yay, e-begging. Sorry.
about this idea of systemic racism, sometimes called institutional racism, and basically the idea is that the systems and institutions in this country are inherently racist, and it is for that reason that we see differences between white people and black people in things like incarceration rates, wealth, loan approval rates, etc. But what you'll find is that the levels to which these activists are willing to go in speculating and extrapolating to preserve this narrative approach the levels of like flat eartherism. For example, you've got people like Tariq Nasheed who claim that the reason that Asian people are on average more...
Oh, the Streamlabs link? It's below my chat. It's like, hold on. I'll put it in the chat. It's like, oh god, there's me talking about me talking. It's the tip button here on Streamlabs.
There's nothing funny about the
It's
tools
like,
of
oh god,
capitalism.
there's me talking about me talking. It's the tip button here on Streamlabs.
There's nothing funny about the
It's
tools
like,
of
oh god,
capitalism.
there's me talking about me talking. That's a lot of me talking about me talking about me talking. Ask Compu. It's alright. I don't expect anyone to do anything. I was putting it out there.
more successful than white people in this country is because white people use their system of white supremacy to artificially elevate Asian people so as not to reveal themselves as the ones really in control of things. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm not in that group chat. But anyways, these ideas have been pretty well debunked by people on the right, but I've got some things that I think are important to add. And so we'll go through some of the logical inconsistencies within the idea and the surrounding movement, and we'll also disprove the specific examples of systemic racism in employment, our justice system, wealth, all sorts of stuff. It's going to be another long one, another big fella. Definitely going to want to watch all the way through. Watch it in parts if you have to. Should be very epic, so do stay tuned.
I hate his intro so much.
Welcome to Heck Off Commie. Your second reminder that the long-awaited, much-requested Heck Off Commie Discord server is up and running. If you want access, you have to get a membership over at heckoffcommie.com for $4. It's been a blast so far, so the people complaining about having to pay $4 for a Discord, it's just not fair. The reason we do it isn't even for money. It's to maintain a high average IQ in the server.
Oh shit, Excessive Observer with a $20 donation. Thank you. I really, really appreciate that. You have no idea. Those late fees would have really sucked. I get, every time my account's in the negative for 24 hours, I get a $30 fee. So thank you. I really appreciate that.
We know that IQ is one of the strongest predictors of income, so if you're complaining about $4 to support the channel, probably means that you didn't belong in the server in the first place, quite frankly. But anyways, speaking very broadly, systemic racism is a pretty new vocab word for us. It's not something that's been in the mainstream for a while, and that's because the 2010s were the decade in which everything became woke. We're probably going to have to spend the rest of our lives trying to undo the damage that occurred in that decade, and of course...
Oh no! The damage of LGBTQ people having rights and black people not being, well, not even not being, talking about being shot by the police. What damage, John? What the fuck are you talking about?
Of course, in the previous decades, but a great way that we know this is by running searches in LexisNexis, which is a huge, huge research database, and we can find graphs of the prevalence of certain terms in the New York Times, which we'll use as sort of this focal point of American journalism and news. And what we see is the prevalence of things like whiteness, critical race theory, which I like to pretend is the theory that white people are the only race that you can be critical of, but I think it actually means basically like viewing all issues through a racially based lens. Also, unconscious bias, white privilege, systemic racism, discrimination, social justice, racism, white supremacy, etc. The prevalence of all these in mainstream news and journalism has skyrocketed, and so we have to ask ourselves why that is, because looking at our country objectively, it's inarguably become less racist than
objectively
since like the 1960s culturally.
Sure, I would agree that we're less racist as a society than we were in the 60s. But we were really, 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 really racist in the 60s. So even coming to today, when we've not even solved, mitigated many of the problems that we had in the 60s in regard to race, it doesn't mean we don't have a different set of problems. We still have these systematic issues where, for instance, black communities are treated worse than white communities in terms of policing, in terms of schooling, in terms of overall funds. You know, like, these are issues that we still need to face, and they're still a result of things that were like, oh wow, Tanthier, thanks for the $20 you provided me with years of content, you deserve this, and Big Booty Goth Queer for $15 hugs. I appreciate that, guys, really. Thank you so much.
100% legally, there are no laws that are written to discriminate against minorities. In fact, we now have laws that grant minorities legal privileges, which technically means they discriminate against white people, but...
No. Stuff like programs that help people of color get employed are there in order to mitigate the result of them having a systematic disadvantage in the first place. It's not an advantage. It's trying to level the field because they're already lower in terms of social disadvantage.
Anyways, despite all of this, there are still disparities between races of people in America. And so the idea is that this is because of racism. Now,
it's due to many factors. Racism is a factor, but it's also due to the fact that we still are dealing with the results of racist policies of the past. For instance, if you're white, chances are your family has had more generations in order to develop generational wealth, in order to raise money so that they can send the next generation off to college and do better for themselves, and then hopefully send their kids to college or whatever, or invest in businesses or property, or have what's the word I'm thinking of? Have equity in property like your house. Whereas in the black community, renting is really, really high, so they're not building equity generationally. So these are all issues that we face today that aren't new issues, but they're issues that are a result of issues that we faced in the past that we never really solved.
As far as how to actually go about fighting this systemic racism, it's pretty hard to find a clear guide. Even if you read articles about all the different ways that you can fight systemic racism, you'll basically find that they boil down to contact a politician. They don't really tell you what to say other than, we want justice and stop racism. By the way, if you actually want to stop racism, I'll show you how I did it.
Ask Compy with a bit says, man starts race war against Olympic athletes dehydrated. What? We can't give them water. That wouldn't be fair to the hydrated Olympic athletes. Yeah. Good analogy.
At the end of the video, but they'll also tell you to give money to groups of people who are supposedly working towards these goals, or they'll tell you to prioritize giving money to businesses operated by black people, or sign petitions calling for justice, and just more vague pontification. So what it really boils down to, once you figure out what they actually want, once you get past the yard signs and the chanting, when you get to like what they're actually calling for, what they're saying is that the only way to combat systemic racism is to write into the system advantages for people of color. But
in order to mitigate those disadvantages until such a time that those disadvantages no longer present themselves within society. Again, for instance, if generational wealth became more or less on par between white communities and black communities in the future, then you would no longer have the need to make policy in order to help people who are already disadvantaged become up to par with the general people within society, right? That's the entire point. These problems already haven't been solved. You can talk to me all day once the problems get solved, but they're not. So what are you talking about? Thank you to Bishop Paul IV with, $10. Thank you. So I don't really know much about the topic of trans people. I don't know anyone who is in this group and haven't spoken to anyone in this group. However, it's important to keep an open mind and be respectful. I hope you don't mind me dropping in. Hey, you know, whatever. That's cool. Thanks. I appreciate the $10 anyway. People with less experience are always welcome here, you know?
Specifically black people, which would imply that what is keeping black people down isn't the system, but the choices that they make.
No. Many people's decisions are the result of the society in which they grow up. For instance, if you are born into a poor community, as many black communities in the U.S. are, again, due to these systematic issues that stem back to both Jim Crow and slavery, and we're still dealing with the outcome of today, you are in a more desperate position. You are going to be more likely to make certain decisions, like committing crimes, joining gangs, any of these things. And this is a result of the world in which they grow up. It's not something that is race-specific, but rather it has to do with a series of outcomes that are more likely to happen to be because of people in poverty, right? If you put, like, a white kid in the same situation, more or less they have the same rates of, like, crime or joining gangs or whatever, you know? So.
And the reason for that is when you have
at least in urban areas. Poor white people in rural areas don't have many gang issues because gangs tend to be an issue in higher density population areas, not when you live like a mile away from your neighbors or whatever.
Systems like we do in America that not only don't discriminate, but even go as far as to actively protect against discrimination. If you're going to get different results in that system, which treats everyone equally on paper, then it must...
Oh, Squid, thank you for the $20. Wow, you guys have been so nice. I really, really appreciate all of that. Thank you so much.
Must be the fault of the individuals and not the system. And to this they'll say, well, but it doesn't treat people the same. That's the problem. And they'll show you figures that show different...
Thank you to Bishop Paul IV. Thank you for following. Welcome.
Differences between groups of people and claim that that's because of racism. What that fails to take into account is Like we said, the system is applied equally to everyone. So if you're seeing things like higher rates of incarceration between groups, for example, that would be exactly what we would expect if we had an objective legal system and we had differences in crime rates between groups of people, which is
right. We have differences in crime rates, again, because of the systematic injustices that have been perpetrated upon the black community, and which has basically pushed them into poverty, into the margins of society. So if you have a community of people in high-density areas with little money, they're going to be more likely to commit certain crimes. And this is on top of course, the fact that there is more policing in those areas, let's say.
Exactly the case if you look at the data. And so the point is that by these advocacy groups saying that the only way to fix the system is by writing into it advantages for minority groups, they're implicitly acknowledging that the system isn't the reason for the differences in outcome, but rather...
No, it's not. It's admitting that the system is already stacked in favor of certain people and trying to level the playing field for those who are at a disadvantage.
It's the result of choices being made by the individuals, which we'll get into in more detail as we continue. But that's why it's difficult to establish a clear definition or example of racism and discrimination in America, because racism doesn't actually exist anymore in the way that they...
Fucking what? 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 That's a real claim from ex-Subway employee, or maybe current Subway employee, I'm not sure, John Doyle. Racism doesn't exist anymore. We did it, folks. Let's pack it up. We fucking nailed it.
Claim that it does. It's not a real thing. And that's the strategy behind it. It is vaguely defined and it is applied selectively and ambiguously so as to keep those in power and control of you and the narrative. That's why we scratch our heads when they're openly racist against white people or they're in support of things like Planned Parenthood, which has been responsible for the murder of millions of black children.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Thank you to Cotton Candy 903 with 10 bits. Oh my god, shoot me. In Minecraft. John, just because people don't consider abortion murdering children like you do doesn't mean that they don't care about black people. Okay? Because I guarantee, out of the number of people who get abortions at Planned Parenthood, most of them are white. So...
And we're scratching our heads because we make the mistake of believing that they actually care about racism, but they don't. They never did.
Incorrect.
What they care about is power. That's why fighting racism is literally a billion-dollar industry now, why a movement which supposed...
John Doyle, racism doesn't exist anymore, except against white people. Yep, he's an idiot.
...supposedly seeks to spread the idea that Black Lives Matter is actually a spearhead for a radically left agenda, the likes of which we've never seen before as far as their power and influence go. And that's why...
A radically left agenda, like not killing people of color when they're being held by the police... My goodness, yes, I'm sure Stalin himself would weep at how left that agenda is.
The entire media and establishment of mega corporations, and of course all of the left, but even a bunch of supposedly Republican politicians, they're all right there behind them because they want power. And the beauty of it is that they maintain this narrative of revolution and being the counterculture, despite the fact that they're literally in control of everything just mentioned, all because they're stupid. They think that their grandma making a negative comment about their nose piercing is evidence that they're the dissenting voice in society, but they're not. The system and the society that they're supposedly fighting against is literally just me, you, Donald Trump, and the MyPillow guy. Like that.
Wait a minute. Did you just say just Donald Trump? You mean the president of the United States? The individual with the most power in the country? The like most influential country in the world? There's no systematic racism. The only racists are me, the MyPillow guy, and the leader of the free world. One of these things is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong.
That's our A team. You know, of course there are other people, but you get the point. We're not exactly in the best position.
B4000,
right,
thanks for following.
Those are the questions that they have no answers for. And we'll get into those in greater detail. But questions like, since America has undeniably become less racist in the last 60 years, why have things largely not changed as far as disparities between black people and white people go?
Because while we dealt with the racism of individuals and specifically like literally not letting people not hire people because of the color of their skin by letter of the law, though I'm sure that still happens, they just don't say that that's the reason for doing so, we haven't tackled the underlying issues that still plague the black community in the United States because of the history of both bondage and racism that carried through to Jim Crow up until 1969 when the Civil Rights Act was passed, right? So, for instance, John, your parents, their parents, their parents, their parents, their parents didn't have to deal with systematic racism, and their grandparents weren't slaves, most likely, right? So, you've had generations and generations and generations to build equity and wealth, or at the very least, not be disadvantaged, not be discriminated against for housing, not be discriminated against for jobs, and that benefits you. The black community does not have the same benefit, right? We're only talking about 1969 when the Civil Rights Act was passed. My parents are older than the Civil Rights Act by 2 years. Like, why do you talk about this stuff like it's ancient history when it is not? These are things that affected people who are alive today and continue to affect their children and grandchildren.
And why have they gotten worse in many cases, such as wealth gaps between black people and white people, differences in the rates of single motherhood, income gaps between black men and white men, income gaps between black women and white women, the fact that the poverty rate was declining until the 1960s, the same decade in which the majority of the civil rights movement took place, but then once the war on poverty occurred, the poverty rate started to increase dramatically. How is it that—
Part of that has to do with capitalism. I know you're not going to like that because you have a whole enjoy capitalism sticker on your laptop, but that is the case. Past the 1960s into the 70s and 80s, and especially after Reagan, the Republican Party continued to do things to destroy labor in this country, to destroy the rights of labor, and thereby they helped create a system in which most of the profit goes directly to people at the top, while the people who actually do the work get shafted. Welcome to America, John. Enjoy capitalism.
That America has become less racist, but the things that our racism is supposedly causing have become much worse. And how is it that gaps between white people and Hispanics exist? When have we ever systemically oppressed Hispanic people? And if—
seriously? Do you not realize that the president right now really doesn't like Hispanic people, much less in the past? People are racist against tons of people who are all sorts of different colors outside of white. Are you fucking kidding? You idiot? Cotton Candy 903 with 10 bits. Isn't the first black girl to attend an all-white school only in like the in her 50s? Yeah, something like that. Look up America's history in Latin America. Yeah.
If you can find proof of that, can you explain why we oppress them less than blacks? Since that's what the disparities would suggest if we operate under the assumption that they're caused by racism, and also—
Probably because America has a real issue with black people. There are a lot of people in the United States, due to its history, due to the fact that black people were slaves in the United States for so long, who still go out of their way to believe that black people are somehow inherently worse than white people and deserve less. That's why. People like you do this too. When you're saying that black people just commit more crimes because they're black, that's what you're doing. You're implying that because of the color of their skin, they're somehow inherently worse than you, less moral, more likely to commit crimes, without looking at any of the sociological factors that go into the committance and punishment of those crimes.
Why do we love Asians more than ourselves? Why do we allow Asians to do better than us by so many significant metrics? Also interesting about this theory of systemic racism is that they admit that even if there were no racist people occupying the system, it would still be racist by virtue of its existence, and it's impossible—
Not by virtue of its existence, but the fact that the system that is currently in place was still created in such a way to benefit white people and disadvantage people who are not white. That's what we're talking about when we say systematic racism. It's not that literally everyone controlling the levers of society, whatever you want to call that, is racist. It's that the people who set this system up, not even like, I'm not talking about people sitting in a war room somewhere going, how do we screw over black people? Although I'm sure that has happened on several occasions. Reagan, war on drugs. But people who put these systems into place did so in such a way that would benefit them and people like them, right? So the systems, as they work in the favor of certain groups and work at a disadvantage for others. Sorry, been going for almost 4 hours. I'm kind of like scatterbrained right now.
Possible to change that. Therefore, it has to be replaced with something woke and progressive as decided by everyone except white men who like to pray to God, save their country, and kiss girls, in that order.
Oh my god! Oh, that's the cringiest shit ever! White men who pray to God. Okay, there are a lot of Christian women and black people. Second, save your country? What? What the fuck are you talking about? Are you talking about, like, soldiers? Because there are people of all races that are soldiers. In fact, low-income black communities are a huge recruiting zone for the military. So, maybe don't to any of this.
And the problem is that if the system exists on paper with no reference to targeting specific groups of people, complete equality under the law, then if there are differences in outcomes between groups of people under that system, even if according to them, those in charge of maintaining and operating that system were not at all racist or subject to bias, then that...
Okay, but the system itself can be set up with from people who did have a bias, and they set up the system in such a way to ensure that that bias is carried out even when they are not in control of it anymore. Look at the drug laws in America. Right? Look at policing in America. These things systematically oppress black people. Look at the fact that you can look at the statistics of drug crimes and you can see that black people get longer, harsher sentences for the same crime as white people, right?
That must be because those groups, on average, do not exhibit exactly the same behavior. That is how a rational person would interpret what we're dealing with here. And on top of that,
So again, he's literally going for some sort of biological essentialism where he's like, black people just commit crime because they're black. That's fucked up, John. And it's not evidenced by the facts.
Of a system that actively benefits non-white people with things like affirmative action, subsidized loan programs, diversity quotas, etc., etc. So now,
again, these are all programs that are in place to try and offset the systematic disadvantage already at play, and we see this because the outcomes that black people have in society here in the US are worse off than people in other racial groups. So clearly, these systems and these programs continue to need to work until such a time as we can get to some sort of parity in terms of outcomes. At least parity in the sense that, you know, roughly the same percentage of people in certain groups are going to be successful. Of course, we're always going to have people in society that are more successful or less successful, even if we make positive changes to our system to make it more socialist. Like, there's still going to be people who are the boss and people who are somewhat less paid, although not with the disparity we currently see. You know, you're always going to have some people who are a little more skilled and some people who aren't. But what we see in the disparity between different races now is not some natural thing that just occurs out of nowhere. It's the result of decades and decades of systematic racism and systems that have an advantage towards white people. What we're doing now is trying to give sort of a leg up to people who aren't white to try and fix the problems of the past until such a time as we can reach parity with each other.
Now, even when that system is actively giving different groups an advantage over other groups, those differences exist. And if that doesn't compel you to think that perhaps it isn't actually the system and it's just people being free to make choices and then choosing different things, then you should probably just stop watching now, because none of what we're about to get into is going to change your mind, because at that point, you're not concerned with truth. You're concerned with social adulation. With
John, it's hilarious to me that you talk about this stuff as if you aren't the advantaged one and you haven't felt the advantage. For instance, you live with your parents. I know this. You can look up John's voter record and you can see that he lives with his parents. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? John, it's completely okay for you to be living with your parents, but the fact that you have the benefit of doing so well building your business here on YouTube is a benefit to you caused by the fact that your parents were able to build equity in a home that they have the money to afford and have the extra space for you to continue to live there despite the fact that you are an adult. And that's fine, and that's great. But you, benefiting from that system, shouldn't say to other people who don't have the same benefits, say, well, why didn't you just do what I did and start a YouTube channel? Well, John, maybe they didn't have the extra room in their parents' house because their parents don't have a house. Maybe they don't have the money to go buy a microphone and a laptop and have the time to edit videos because they live with their parents, and instead they have to actually work and go out and spend all their time working their fingers to the bone so that they can afford rent for their shitty apartment they aren't building equity in. Like, it's so hypocritical for you, John, to be like, I have never benefited from this system. Meanwhile, you're literally in your parents' house recording your YouTube series, which presumably you make a decent amount of money on, and you don't have to pay like a mortgage payment because you live with your parents. Like, what?
with virtue signaling. It is basically unlikely that you view the world as anything that deviates from all 7 billion of us being only 2 hours of diversity training away from singing Kumbaya and doing trust falls. It's just not a realistic view of the world. And if you actually want to solve the problems, you have to identify them correctly. But you don't actually want to solve the problems. You just want to use them as a Trojan horse to fundamentally decompose and irreparably alter the country, which...
No, I'd like to solve the problems. The problems being solved probably takes fundamentally changing certain things about the country. For instance, police training, who gets approved to be a police officer, police use of force. But those things, it would be a positive change. The fact that you use the term change interchangeably with scary bad thing is ridiculous. We've made changes all throughout the history of America, and even beyond that, all throughout the history of the world. And I don't know about you, but I'd rather live in the America of today than the America 10 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, right? And that increases as we go further back in time, even though we're in a rough period right now in 2020, right? We will continue to make changes in such a way that in hopefully the year 2030, 2040, 2050, I would prefer to live there than I would here in 2020, right? That's what you do as a society. You continually improve, and if you don't, you either stagnate or you devolve, and that's not good.
Which is why you say things like, it seems like there are too many black men in prison. Hey, do you want to destroy the Western nuclear family and get people to stop thinking that being straight is normal? It's dishonest, it's destructive, but most of all, the greatest sin of them all, it's just plain annoying. It could have been so beautiful. I just wanted to grill. That's all I wanted, but now we can't. You guys ruined it. That's the difference between us and everyone who doesn't get it. We know that we can never go back to the barbecue. But we'll get into it now. We're going to go through the 6 most common examples of systemic racism or institutional racism. And a lot of times there are connections between them. And so we'll do our best to sort of explain those connections and how racism isn't the reason for these disparities on a categorical level, but also...
So that's the intro. I'm going to save the rest of this for like tomorrow or the next day. Okay? I'll bookmark this. And we will... hold on, let me save this to a... Do I have a watch later playlist? I'll save this to my watch later playlist, and we will finish this next Chud Watch, okay? Or at least do the next part. I don't know if we'll finish the whole thing, but we'll come back to it. Let's do another something or other, and then I'll probably call it a night, because we've been for like 4 hours, and I can only deal with so much Doyle for the day. We already did the quartering. That's the video that Sargon watched. Let's, you know, fuck it. Let's find a cleanse, and we'll do a cleanse, and then we'll raid the serfs.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Albatrotsky with 100 bits. Hour 4. Give it up for hour 4. Does anyone have any, cleanses? Ooh, I am really blanking today. I didn't eat lunch, so I don't think that helped either. I haven't eaten today, so...
That's right, capitalistic propaganda.
Thank you to Squalid Snake for following. Welcome to the stream. No? No cleanses yet? Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. Guess I'll find something then, because I'm not seeing any cleanses or whatever. Oh, there's one. Sushi Mom has one. Cute hair dye. You guys heard of Elizabeth Holmes?
Theranos began as a startup of almost mythical proportions and goals in 2003.
It's just an incredible morality tale.
A woman once hailed as a Silicon Valley...
I think you're getting ahead of yourself. Yeah, your first plan should be getting by us.
Though you call yourselves bladers, you don't know the real truth about bay blading. There is a tremendous power hidden within bays. Since ancient times, the existence of bays can be found in moments throughout history. The power of Beyblades have been used to change the course of rivers and oceans.
I do remember this. Beyblade says that Moses parted the Red Sea with a Beyblade.
They have been used to defeat many armies and create huge empires.
Visionary is facing federal fraud charges tonight.
Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes has now officially been indicted on federal wire fraud charges. The U.S. Attorney's Office accusing her of engaging...
Imagine building a company that everyone thought would change the world.
I don't feel like doing this today. Alright, I'm done. I gotta go eat something. I'm starving. So we're gonna raid the serfs. Thank you everyone for coming to the stream and all the donations. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You have no idea how much it means to me. Sorry, my account was in the negative. I apologize. Hopefully I should be good soon. I'm getting paid from Twitch, and my finances should start to be stable after that, so that's nice. So thank you everyone for coming to the stream. You're all wonderful people. Chat is valid, and I cannot wait to talk to y'all tomorrow. So, see you then. Night.